Chapter 31. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Remember the time. If I don't see the golden hamster when I come back 7 days later, you will be my dinner. Grandmother Wolf spoke angrily, held the small parasol, wore a little hat and turned around to leave. Her violent closing of the door caused the whole house to tremble. Tang Yamo picked up the pink jar that had been placed on the table and watched her leave coldly. He ran to the window to make sure that Grandmother Wolf was walking down the mountain road before sitting down on the sofa. He put the pink jar on the coffee table and checked the time. It is 12:30 on the first day. It was the same 24 hours a day. Then according to the time he entered the instance, it should be December 1st. Tang Yamo looked down at the mouth of the pink jar and didn't see anything. Grandmother Wolf had left so Tang Yamo couldn't be wary of her. He started to think carefully about this game. He carefully examined the 8 rules that the Black Tower introduced. If he followed the rules of the game and placed food in the same hole that he stood at every day, the probability of catching the golden hamster was 0.999808. My luck shouldn't be that bad. Tang Mo's mouth said so, but his expression wasn't relaxed at all. He didn't believe that the tower attack game on the first floor of the Black Tower would be so simple. There was no need to fight with monsters and there also wasn't a need to do much guessing or reasoning. Just catch a hamster with luck and it would be cleared. The probability of success was even as high as 0.99. He had to see the traps. Tang Yamo touched the jar. Is it related to the 40% chance of the golden hamster appearing on the first day? The jar certainly couldn't give him an answer. Tang Yamo decided to use the jar to obtain the food for the hamster. The first thing he thought about was the hair of the underground person left on Grandmother Wolf's sofa. He took out a strand of hair and placed it in the jar. The jar had no reaction. Tang Yamo thought about it and threw in a whole bunch of hair. A minute later, the pink jar radiated a colorful glow. Tang Yamo stared carefully as this light shone for a full 3 minutes. The light disappeared and the jar became all black. Tang Yamo frowned and planned to see what was going on. At this time, a stench came from the mouth of the jar. Bang! A black lump hit Tang Mo's head and the terrible smell almost made Tang Yamo faint. He waited a moment before picking up the object thrown into his lap. Like a burnt sweet potato. A line of fine print appeared on the pink jar, the rotten hair of an underground human, bah. Tang Yamo, dot. Since this bunch of hair couldn't be exchanged for hamster food, Tang Yamo stood up and looked around Grandmother Wolf's house. Tang Yamo walked up to the fireplace and looked at the human head hanging on the wall. Tang Yamo used a knife to cut some hair from the head of the underground person and threw it into the jar. This time, the jar also flashed with a strange light and became black again, throwing out a black object that wasn't as stinky. A dying man's hair, yuck. Tang Yamo, dot. In Grandmother Wolf's cabin, these were the only 2 things belonging to an underground person. Tang Yamo wasn't an underground person, he was a player. His things wouldn't turn into food if placed in the jar. He pondered for a moment, took out a ruby from his pocket, held it high above his head, and put Mario's hat on. Due to the stench of the 2 precious sweet potatoes, Tang Yamo was accustomed to the smell of Mario's hat. He ran straight towards the fireplace and once his head hit the wall, a dirty and smelly boot fell from the air. Tang Yamo rubbed his head, picked up the boot and threw it into the jar. After a moment, a golden sweet potato flew from the jar and hit Tang Mo's leg. The boots of a textile worker with athlete's foot, dot. Finally, he got some food. Mario's hat could be used 3 times a day. Tang Yamo had used it once. He pondered for a long time and didn't take off the hat. Then he slammed against the wall 2 more times. A thin advertisement dropped the first time and an old pocket watch the next time. Tang Yamo picked up the advertisement first and read the words aloud, "The Night of the Strange Circus. 3 rare treasures that will show the underground kingdom. A wonderful world that you have never seen before. The great circus leader and its members are waiting. Your arrival. Circus. Tang Mo read the words again. He thought of the big and disgusting earthworm. It was likely that this circus was the same circus in the Kill Bill instance. Tang Mo put this matter behind him and picked up the pocket watch. The instant his hands touched the pocket watch, lines of words appeared on it. Tang Mo quickly picked up the pocket watch and looked at the words from above. Prop. The Invisible Man's Pocket Watch, owner. Tang Mo, quality. Excellent, level 1, attack. None, function. Open the pocket watch and you can be invisible for 5 minutes. Restriction. A disposable item. Can't be brought out of the game. Remark. Stealth play he. Tang Mo, dot. Ignoring the remark, wasn't he really lucky? Tang Mo turned the pocket watch back and forth several times in surprise. His eyes lingered on the words "can't bring out of the game" before he finally put it in his pocket. There was only 1 hour left until 6 o'clock. Tang Mo decided to come back and study the pocket watch at night. Before leaving, Tang Mo carefully examined Grandmother Wolf's house and didn't find any special places. Finally, he took a plate from the table, put the sweet potato on it and headed to the back mountain. He walked towards the 9 huge hamster holes. Tang Mo put the sweet potato plate on the ground and inspected every cave from the first hole. There were 9 holes. The hole was around 3 meters in diameter and there were claw marks in the vicinity of each hole, as well as scattered gold and black hairs. It was estimated to be the hairs of the golden hamster and black hamster. After examining every hole, Tang Mo headed to a big stone. He looked at the 9 openings, pondered for a moment before finally deciding to go with the 6th hole. At this point, there was still 1 hour left until 6 o'clock. Tang Mo held the sweet potato and looked at the dark caves. He stared silently as if he wanted to see something inside. Time passed and there was only half an hour left until 6 o'clock. Tang Mo raised his wrist and looked at his watch. He decided to put the sweet potato in front of the 6th hole. Then he would run to the big stone and hid to see what happened. The probability of the golden hamster appearing on the first day was 40%. This probability wasn't too low, but Tang Mo didn't want to experiment with his luck. He had always been unlucky and he didn't know the strength of the golden hamster and black hamster. If he rushed and encountered the black hamster who liked to eat the underground people, Tang Mo couldn't guarantee his safety. He still needed more information. He raised his wrist and looked at his watch. There were 20 minutes left. Why.is only the first day special. Tang Mo thought while holding the sweet potato. He looked at the ground of the 6th hole. After a moment, he took out the old pocket watch and stared down at it. It can't be brought out of the game. If I encounter the black hamster tomorrow, I can use this while fighting it and it will be safer. He put the pocket watch back into his pocket. After 5 minutes, Tang Mo once again took out the Invisible Man's pocket watch. He stared at the pocket watch for a while. Then he took out the big match from his wrist tattoo and drew a S on the white turkey egg. Tang Mo drew the S very casually and wasn't too careful. But once he finished, he found there was no movement from the turkey egg. The S character didn't light up and he wasn't connected to Fu Wen Duo. Tang Mo's heart tightened as he detected something was wrong. He knocked 3 times on the turkey egg and didn't speak. He listened to a deep voice filled with surprise, Tang Mo. He had never seen the stowaway Fu Wen Duo, but the two of them had talked several times. Tang Mo had even told Fu Wen Duo 2 days ago that he was about to participate in a tower attack game. Yet he had never heard the other person sound so surprised to speak to him. Mr. Fu, it is me. I would like to ask, is the turkey egg broken? I wanted to use the save function but it was unusable. Is there something wrong with you or is it from my end? The turkey egg was silent for a long time. Tang Mo thought it was strange and prepared to ask again. Then Fu Wenduo said, 3 days ago, you contacted me and told me that you need to use the save function. Tang Mo stiffened while holding the sweet potato. The next moment, he retorted, impossible. I never said that. Mr. Fu, you are mistaken. I didn't contact you 3 days ago and I didn't use the turkey egg. You just said that you can't use the turkey egg. It is because the 7-day cooldown time hasn't ended. Tang Mo was unable to speak. He stood in a valley as the cold mountain wind blew past the pink river and into his collar. Tang Mo suddenly felt that the soles of his feet were a little cold. He resisted the feeling of his scalp becoming numb and tried to calm his mood as much as possible. Mr. Fu, can you please tell me, 3 days ago. What did I say to you? However, Fu Wenduo didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked in a very serious voice, Tang Mo, do you know what the date is today? Tang Mo was stunned. December 1st. Today is December 6th. Tang Mo's eyes widened and there was a flash of light in his mind that disappeared before he could catch it. 3 days ago, on December 3rd, I was searching for supplies in a store. You contacted me and told me you need to use the archiver. In the cold wind, Fu Wenduo's calm voice seemed to have a soothing power. Tang Mo quietly listened to him. Your original words were that you thought are in a tower attack game with a time loop. Due to a previous instance that you completed, this tower attack game might end early. You didn't want to waste more days so you planned to use the save function and take a risk. Tang Mo heard these words and analyzed. The instance should be the Kill Bill one. In that instance, I rescued a treasure from the circus leader and now he only has 2 left. Today, I received an advertisement about it and the circus that Grandmother Wolf is visiting might be that circus. Perhaps because I let one of the treasures go, she might return early. Fu Wenduo asked, the strange circus. Tang Mo was surprised. You know it. When I crossed the river from the underground kingdom to the monster world, there was a billboard for the circus and it said the boss had obtained 3 treasures. Fu Wenduo continued, you have calmed down. Have you started to understand? Tang Mo shook the head. No, I only have a faint shadow. What else do you know, Mr. Fu? I know that 3 days ago, you told me very calmly that this tower game would end early. Fu Wenduo added. From your tone of voice, I think you were at least 90% certain. Mr. Fu, do you know anything else? I don't know. Tang Mo looked distracted. Earth, Beijing. Fu Wenduo stood on the roof of a skyscraper. He took a step and his body leapt more than 20 meters towards the roof of another building. His right hand held the turkey egg as he spoke in a low voice. On December 3rd, I opened the archiver and listened to your voice. There was hardly any sound in your place. Only light breathing and wind. But at 6 in the evening, at exactly 6 o'clock, your voice stopped. I thought you. Fu Wenduo paused as he jumped to another high rise before continuing. I thought you encountered a situation where you couldn't use the archiver. I tried to contact you again but I couldn't connect. Tang Mo gripped the turkey EFF and inwardly finished off the words the other person hadn't said. I thought you were dead. That's why Fu Wenduo was surprised when he suddenly heard Tang Mo's voice. The man 3 days ago was you. Tang Mo's brain was a mess. Once Fu Wenduo suddenly spoke, he subconsciously asked, why? Fu Wenduo was about to leap to another tall building. After listening to Tang Mo's words, he stood on the edge of the roof and watched the sun gradually sink in the west. Intuition. The warm sun shone on a cold and resolute face. Fu Wenduo said calmly, that feeling is you. This sentence was very strange. Tang Mo never believed in such illusory things. But after hearing this sentence, his heart slowly calmed down. He raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. He still had 5 minutes left until 6 o'clock. He asked, Mr. Fu, you said that you couldn't hear my voice once it became 6 o'clock. You also couldn't contact me. Yes. There were only 5 minutes left, so Tang Mo's brain worked quickly. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He held the turkey egg and spoke, as you said, there is another me. But now I think that there might not be only two of me. Today is December 6th. According to the rules of the tower attack game, I need to complete the mission on December 7th, otherwise, I will be eaten by a monster in the game. Tang Mo's voice was very relaxed and Fu Wenduo didn't speak. I only have 1 day left. How many more versions of me are in this game, I'm not too sure. But I know that I have 1 day left. Whether or not I can pass today, Mr. Fu, I hope that you will ask me a question when I contact you tomorrow. Fu Wenduo asked, how do you know that you will contact me tomorrow? I have a way. Fu Wenduo didn't ask about the method. He raised an eyebrow and said, what is the question? Tang Yamo looked at the time on his watch. There were only 2 minutes left. He said, ask me this. Tang Yamo, if you have one last day on Earth, what is your lucky number? Since talking to Tang Yamo, Fu Wenduo had been standing on the edge of the roof and looking at the time on the distant clock tower. There was still 1 minute left until 6 o'clock. I am a bit curious. What is your lucky number? 9. Fu Wenduo asked, why? I have a person who I've liked for a long time. His birthday is September 9th. Fu Wenduo was slightly stunned and couldn't help asking, September 9th. Yes, what is the matter? Despite knowing that the other person couldn't see him, Fu Wenduo reflexively shook his head. It is nothing. This day is very special. There was a pause before Fu Wenduo spoke again. I am on my way from Beijing to Shanghai. I have something to do in Shanghai. Tang Yamo, I hope to see you in Shanghai. Tang Yamo looked at the turkey egg and then the last minute on the watch. He laughed and agreed, well, if I don't die this time. Fu Wenduo, see you in Shanghai. I will see you in Shanghai. In the last 10 seconds, Tang Yamo hung up the call of the turkey egg. He took out his abilities book and turned it to the last page. Ability. Your father or your father, owner. Li Shaolin, stowaway, type. Special type, function. There is a chance to change the name of an object. The duration is 7 days and it can be used once every 10 days. The law of causality can't be reversed. Level 1. Restrictions. The name, appearance and date of birth of the target must be known. The deeper the understand of the target, the greater the probability that the ability will work. Remark. Tang Yamo, look at this ability. Your father is still your father. Tang Yamo version usage instructions. The duration is 3 days and it can be used once every 30 days. After being used, the target will get to see Tang Mo's most important secret. Tang Mo's hand gently touched the words your father or your father. A black pen suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, 3 lines of words appeared under the Tang Mo version usage instructions. Original name. Empty, changed name. Empty, Tang Mo's most important secret. Empty, the author has something to say. Tang. The person I liked for a long time has his birthday on September 9th. Major Fu whose birthday is on September 9th, well. What a coincidence. In fact, I also have a person I've liked for a long time. Author's note. Yes, you aren't mistaken, it is a two-way secret love. Major Fu has always secretly loved Tang, otherwise why would he be so concerned about Tang before the Earth went online? He also told Tang Mo to be careful of the Black Tower. This could be considered leaking a high-level secret. TL. For those who haven't realized yet, the victor who Tang Mo was playing online games with at the start of the novel is actually Fu Wenduo. Chapter 32. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Remember the time. If I don't see the golden hamster when I come back 7 days later, you will be my dinner. Grandmother Wolf held her small parasol and slammed the door. Momo watched her leave calmly. After confirming that she had really left, he walked back to the dining room, looked at the pink jar and peered inside it. Nothing. He observed it for a while before picking up the jar and walking towards the sofa. He placed the jar on the coffee table. If time is synchronized with Earth, it should be December 1st now. Tang Yamo thought about it. There is a total of 7 days. The probability for the first day is too low. For the other 6 days, as long as the food and person stands in the same hole, there is an 80% chance of catching the golden hamster. The probability is too high. Momo looked at the pink jar and whispered to himself, the problem is the first day. It was now 12:30. There were still 5.5 hours until 6 o'clock. Momo first looked around Grandmother Wolf's house and didn't find any abnormalities. Then he returned to the soft and took out the hair of an underground person from it. Momo planned to put it in the jar to see if he could get food like Grandmother Wolf said. He pulled out a strand of hair and moved it towards the jar. His hand was over the mouth of the jar and he was just about to throw it in when Momo suddenly stopped big. His eyes became wide with surprise. I am Momo. Momo's finger tightened on the slender strand of hair. He threw the hair away as a restless emotion swelled in his heart. He stood up and strode round the room. My name is Momo. How can I be Momo? I am called Tang. His voice trailed off. The handsome young man raised confused eyes and murmured, yes, I am called Momo. I really am called Momo. I have always been called Momo, not Tang Yamo. He stood and a strange thought emerged in his heart. He spoke it aloud. Momo's biggest secret is that Momo has secretly loved Victor for a long time. Tang Yamo walked to Grandmother Wolf's dressing table and looked at himself in the mirror. A dark coat, blue jeans and eyes that contained a hint of confusion. Time passed as Tang Yamo quietly looked at himself in the mirror. He seemed to be looking at a stranger, but he felt that this person was very familiar. After a long time, he calmed down and said, your father or your father. Tang Yamo raised his hand and pulled out a thin book from the air. He didn't look at anything else as he turned directly to the last page. He saw on the last page, ability. Your father or your father. Momo version usage instructions. The duration is 3 days and it can be used once every 30 days. After being used, the target will get to see Momo's most important secret. The line of instructions was red and there were 3 lines of black words underneath. The front of each line had original name, changed name, and Momo's most important secret. This was connected with a colon and then the last parts were bolded characters. Original name. Tang Yamo, changed name. Momo, Momo's most important secret. Momo has secretly been in love with Victor for a long time. Tang Mo's gaze was fixed on the names written. His finger rubbed over the 4 words. He looked at it for a long time and came to a conclusion. It is my handwriting. Your father or your father was an ability Tang Mo received in the 10-day preparation period after the Black Tower gave him notice. It was from a stowaway called Li Shaolin. The stowaway was physically very weak and Tang Mo easily obtained his ability with a sneak attack. This ability was, your father or your father. Tang Mo thought he suffered a big loss when he got this ability. He could only identity 1 player a day, wasted it on this stowaway and got such a trash ability. After getting this ability, Tang Mo followed the attack organization to challenge the S-type instances. This was the last ability he obtained. From his point of view, this ability was trash. After studying it, Tang Mo felt that its biggest role was to make him curse. The premise of using the ability was to know the name, appearance, and date of birth of the target. It could be used once every 30 days and the effect lasted for 3 days. Once he used the ability, there was a chance to change someone's name and causality. In other words, as long as the person's name was successfully changed, in the 3 days where the ability worked, everyone in the world would think he was called by another name, including himself. Your father is still your father. As a father, can't you change your son's name? This ability was so wonderful. It was powerful in a sense. For example, Tang Mo was now staring at original name. Tang Mo. But when he spoke, his words became, my name is Momo. Despite knowing that he shouldn't be called this, his level of consciousness had changed. He thought it but called out another name. This ability seemed powerful because it affected the law of causality. As long as it worked, it couldn't be reversed. It had an effect on anyone and anything, even Tang Mo's abilities book called him Momo. But its function was really insane. After Tang Mo got it, he thought he would never use this ability. Assuming that someone offended him in the future, he could consider changing their name to, I am Tang Mo's son. This was probably the only function of the ability. Of course, after using the ability, the renamed target would know Tang Mo's biggest secret. Tang Mo wasn't interested in revealing his secret just to call someone else his son. But now someone had used this ability and the target was Tang Mo himself. Tang Mo gazed at the words that were written in his exact handwriting and determined, I haven't written these 4 words. I certainly didn't write them. But these 4 words should be what I wrote. There was no point in becoming too entangled in this matter. Tang Mo would be called Momo for the next 3 days. What he should consider was why he changed his name and why to this name. Momo, why did I call myself Momo? Momo, Momo. Tang Mo frowned and searched through his memories for something related to Momo. Suddenly, there was a flash. Momo, turkey egg. Fu Wenduo. A minute later, Tang Mo took out the turkey egg from his pocket and tapped it 3 times. He asked, Mr. Fu, are you there? Fu Wenduo seemed to have been waiting for him and immediately replied, yes, I am Momo. The voice stopped abruptly. Fu Wenduo was silent for a moment before saying, I am not calling you Momo. I want to say your name, Momo. The sound stopped again. Tang Mo. Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo didn't rush with his journey to Shanghai. He was currently resting in a hotel and planned to go on the road today. Yesterday, Tang Mo said that he might contact Fu Wenduo today. Therefore, Fu Wenduo decided to solve this problem first before dealing with other things. He started at 0 o'clock and waited 13 hours. Once he heard Tang Mo's voice, he opened his mouth to call the other person's name but he didn't know why he ended up saying Momo. There was no one talking through the turkey egg, only steady breathing. Tang Mo knew that Fu Wenduo was influenced by the, your father or your father ability and thought he was Momo. It was impossible to call out his real name for 3 days. But knowing it was one thing. Having Momo called a few times felt strange, almost too intimate. Tang Mo coughed twice. I know what you are thinking now. Why am I called Momo? Yes, I feel I shouldn't be calling you this but my brain is telling me it is your name. This is one of my props. It can change someone's name and the effect lasts 3 days. As long as the prop is used successfully, everyone will feel that the person is called another name for these 3 days. The change isn't affected by anything and is imprinted on everyone's consciousness. It can't be reversed. Tang Mo didn't expose that it was his ability. Fu Wenduo pondered for a while. Then this is the method you mentioned yesterday. Tang Mo grabbed the keyword. Yesterday. Mr. Fu, I don't quite understand what you mean. Fu Wenduo looked at the window at the bleak capital and spoke the words he prepared for a long time. Well, I'll just say it straight out. First of all, today is December 7th. 4 days ago, on December 3rd, you contacted me at 5 o'clock and said there was an emergency. You decided to use the archiver. Fu Wenduo spoke clearly and his speed was neither too fast nor too slow, giving Tang Mo time to think. Once he finished talking about what happened on the 3rd, he spoke about what happened yesterday. Yesterday on December 6th, you contacted me again at 5 o'clock and said you wanted to use the archiver but found it couldn't be used. The you on the 6th didn't know that you had used the archiver on the 3rd. The archiver is on cooldown and the save function can't be used. Then you told me. Fu Wenduo's voice was calm and without any emotions, as if he was describing something unrelated to himself. He was very objective about everything he knew. Once he finished explaining, he asked, "Then you don't remember anything from yesterday or the 3rd?" Tang Mo was slightly pale. "Yes, I don't remember anything." "What do you think the situation is now?" Tang Mo thought for a moment before decided to tell the other person about the situation. "I am currently in a tower attack game. The game is very simple. I have to catch a golden hamster in 7 days. I have 1 chance every day, for a total of 7 chances. I don't know how powerful the hamster monsters are. If I encounter the other hamster instead of the golden hamster, will I be killed by it? Suppose I'm not killed by it, after 7 days." Tang Mo paused and said, "Well, today is the 7th, so it is the 7th day. The probability that I can't catch the golden hamster in 7 days can be seen as 0. The game is too simple. I never understood where the difficult lay. Perhaps the difficulty is time." Fu Wenduo asked, "Time?" Tang Mo nodded. "Yes. According to what you just said to me, the me on the 6th should have calculated 2 possibilities in a short amount of time. The first is that my memories are hidden by the Black Tower every day, making me think it is the 1st day. Since the probability of catching the hamster on the 1st day is low and the enemy is unknown, I won't choose to catch the hamster. I will first watch from a distance." Tang Mo planned to do exactly this before he found out he was renamed. "In these 7 days, I will sit on the sidelines every day and not catch the hamster. This will naturally cause the game to fail. I have lost my time." Fu Wenduo understood his words but asked, "The second possibility?" Tang Mo held the turkey egg and went to the window. He looked at the 9 dark hamster holes at the foot of the mountain. After a long time, he whispered, "The second possibility that I can't see it clearly. Perhaps there are more than one me in this game. My memories aren't hidden. These people are me. But in this way, the probability that I will catch the hamster isn't 40%. It will become more difficult." Fu Wenduo looked at the turkey egg in his hand and listened to Tang Mo's quiet words. It felt as if time had returned to yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, he stood in the warm light of the sunset and heard the young man speak firmly to him. With only 10 minutes left, the young man considered all possible situations and said to him, I want to ask you a question." Fu Wenduo's low and magnetic voice attracted Tang Mo's attention, causing him to look down at the turkey egg. "What is it? If you have only 1 day left in the world, what will be your lucky number?" Tang Mo initially didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. After a few seconds, his eyes opened wide and the fingers holding the turkey egg slightly shook. He sighed. "I really should believe in myself." Fu Wenduo wondered, "You already know the answer." "I know." Fu Wenduo smiled. "You don't need me to tell you the correct answer. I feel there will be terrible consequences if the answer you think of is wrong." Tang Mo calmly shook his head. "There is no need. If the answer I'm thinking of is wrong, then there is no point in you telling me. I am the only one who knows the correct answer and the outcome is still the same. I don't have a lot of time left. I have to prepare food and then go to the foot of the mountain to check the 9 hamster holes. I hope you clear the game. The lowest probability is 40% and the highest probability is 80%. I can pass this game." Fu Wenduo declared, "I hope to see you in Shanghai." Tang Mo was slightly startled. He didn't know what he said to Fu Wenduo yesterday before. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Well, if I live then I will see you in Shanghai." After the call ended, Tang Mo started to prepare food. He threw the hair from the sofa into the pink jar and got a sweet potato that was like excrement. Then he put the hair from the underground person's head and still didn't obtain food. In the end, he took out Mario's hat, obtained 3 garbage items from the underground kingdom and exchanged one for a sweet potato. Tang Mo walked to the table, grabbed one of the 7 plates, put the sweet potato on it and walked out to the hamster holes. He first checked the 9 hamster holes and confirmed there were no abnormalities. At 5:55 p.m., Tang Mo held the sweet potato and walked past the first hole, the second hole. And finally arrived at the 9th hole. He raised his wrist and looked at the time. 5:59 p.m. Tang Mo took a deep breath and slowly released it. The moment the second hand pointed to the 12, Tang Mo stepped into the hole and placed the sweet potato on the ground. He stood in the middle of the hole and looked calmly at the depths of the dark tunnel. The sun in Monster Valley suddenly disappeared at 6 o'clock. The cool moonlight shone down on Tang Mo's hair, making him seem alone and resolute. Tang Mo turned to the left and a big match appeared in his hand. He stared into the depths of the hole, body tense as he waited for something to happen. No one knew how long it took before he heard a dull sound. There seemed to be something huge running from the depths of the tunnel. It slammed against the ground and made the hole shake. The thing was getting closer and closer. Tang Mo saw a black shadow. The moonlight only shone 3 meters into the meaning Tang Mo couldn't see the color of the creature. It could be gold or it could be black. Tang Mo's fingers tightened on the big match. Once the creature was about to run into the moonlight, Tang Mo swung the big match, intending to smash the hamster. The match was just about to hit the hamster's head when Tang Mo stopped his actions. In the moonlight, a huge hamster shone gold. It looked at Tang Mo in a stupid way. Once it saw that Tang Mo wasn't going to swing the big match, it moved its small feet and ran to the plate, directly burying its face in the sweet potato. The oil from the sweet potato stuck to the golden hamster's fur. But it kept using its face to eat the sweet potato as it shook its short tail like a rabbit. It seemed really happy. Tang Mo looked at the golden hamster constantly eating the sweet potato. In just a minute, the huge sweet potato was entirely eaten. Once it finished putting the last bit of sweet potato in its mouth, Tang Mo suddenly heard the sound of breaking glass. The golden hamster and sweet potato residue in front of him became fixed like a picture. The picture started from the center and there was a small crack. The crack became bigger and bigger, like a spider web spreading over the entire picture. Once the cracks reached a certain level, the whole picture collapsed and the scene hidden behind it was revealed. Nothing in front of Tang Mo had changed, except for the fact that the giant golden hamster had disappeared and a small hamster with a rounded belly was lying on the ground. It seemed to sense that something was wrong. The golden hamster moved its paws and ran back into the hole. Tang Mo didn't let it run. He took out a big pocket he had already prepared and covered the little guy. The small golden hamster jumped up and down, trying to escape. Tang Mo ruthlessly tied the bag with a rope, placed it in his pocket and walked out of the 9th hole. Before leaving the hole, he turned his head and looked at the sweet potato residue on the ground. Then he went to the other 8 holes and examined them one by one. There was some white powder in the soil of the first hole. Tang Mo hadn't found this powder when he checked the hole earlier. He knelt on the ground, touched the powder with his fingers and came to a conclusion. It is powder from the plate. He looked back again. There was plate powder at almost every hole. In the 3rd day, there was a small hole where the dirt was dug up and the 5th hole even had 2 holes. After seeing these familiar things, Tang Mo recalled the scene of the golden hamster eating the sweet potato. He pulled out the bag containing the small hamster and said helplessly, "Why do I feel like you are to blame for this mischief?" The golden hamster started angrily hitting the pouch. The moment that the picture had broken in front of Tang Mo's eyes, he obtained all the previous information and memories. From the moment Grandmother Wolf told him to remember the time and left the cabin, Tang Mo's time had been controlled. It might have been controlled by the Black Tower or it might have been the Golden Hamster. Tang Mo was inclined to think that all of this was due to the Golden Hamster. At noon on December 1st, Grandmother Wolf left the cabin and went to the circus. Tang Mo's time started to diverge. Just like being saved, someone pressed the save button at this time. Since then, Tang Mo started to unconsciously load the file. On December 1st, there was only one Tang Mo and he could be called Tang Mo 1. Tang Mo 1 didn't plan to capture the hamster on the first day. He chose to check the situation from outside the hole in order to learn more information. He casually placed the sweet potato at the fifth hole and saw the black hamster come out to eat the sweet potato. The first day was over. The next day, Tang Mo 1 was ready to capture the golden hamster, but he didn't know that Tang Mo 2 appeared. Everything about Tang Mo 2 was exactly the same as Tang Mo 1 a day ago, except that his timeline became December 2nd. He thought that he was the same as Tang Mo 1 and this was the first day to catch the hamster. Thus, he decided to check the situation from outside the hole and put the sweet potato at the third hole. At 6 o'clock, Tang Mo 1 was attacked by the black hamster at the fifth hole, while at the third hole, Tang Mo 2 saw the black hamster come out to eat the sweet potato. They couldn't see each other or the other hamster. But once they checked the holes afterwards, they found that there was white powder from the plate at another hole. At 6 o'clock, the hamster holes were refreshed and the hamster holes of the two Tang Mo's were synchronized. Tang Mo 1 immediately noticed the existence of another player. Tang Mo 2 made the same judgment. As he thought of this, Tang Mo couldn't help poking the pouch containing the golden hamster. I was almost killed by you at that time. What is your ability? Is it related to time? Before 6 o'clock, the holes aren't synchronized and we can't see traces of the white powder. But after 6 o'clock, these traces appear. But I know it is useless. You can't talk about your ability. The golden hamster cried out, as if it was expressing its pride. Yes, every day at noon, a new Tang Mo would appear the moment Grandmother Wolf left the house. The new Tang Mo would think this was the first day to catch the hamster. He would be cautious and choose to not catch the hamster directly. He would certainly observe from outside the hole. After 6 o'clock, he would walk to the holes and discover that other holes also had white powder. By then, everything was too late. Once the memories of all 7 Tang Mo's combined into one, he walked into Grandmother Wolf's house and thought, all of us thought that the other person catching the hamster is myself. This is mainly based on 2 points. First, this is a single-player game. The Black Tower might conceal information or deliberately have misleading behavior, but it has never lied to players. Second, all my abilities with a cooldown couldn't be used. I thought it was because another me had used it and the ability went into cooldown, but it shouldn't be that simple. Tang Mo walked through Grandmother Wolf's vegetable garden and looked down at the ground. He thought for a long time before coming up with one word. Priority. On the first, I couldn't use my abilities after 6 o'clock, but I didn't find out until I noticed the existence of a second person and then I discovered I couldn't use my abilities. But after from the first me, all other versions of me discovered the existence of a second person on their first day and that we could no longer use abilities. It isn't because the ability was used and went into cooldown. It is because of the priority. Tang Mo frowned and recalled how he entered Monster Valley 7 days ago. Did I enter Monster Valley around 6 o'clock in the evening? Well, it is 6 o'clock. So after 6 o'clock, the next me entered the game and is regarded as the latest Tang Mo. They will enjoy the highest priority. According to Tang Mo's analysis, the most likely situation should be that after 6 o'clock, the Tang Mo observing the black hamster lost his priority. For example, Tang Mo 2. He appeared on December 2nd and placed a plate at the third hole at 6 o'clock. After 6 o'clock, he found the traces of Tang Mo1's plate at the 5th hole but was unable to use his abilities at this time. It was because his priority was replaced by Tang Mo3. This so-called priority was so that the low-priority Tang Mo couldn't affect the high-priority Tang Mo's actions. For example, Tang Mo2 couldn't use the "Return My Grandfather" ability because the ability could only be used once a day. Once used, Tang Mo3 wouldn't be able to use it. Therefore, the priority prohibited Tang Mo2 from using it. Earthworm's Tears was the same. This was a consumable prop. If Tang Mo2 used it, Tang Mo3 would be affected. However, props and abilities like Mario's hat and the big match had no effect on the priority. It wouldn't affect the high priority Tang Mo's use, so it could still be used. Tang Mo walked into Grandmother Wolf's house. He placed the golden hamster's pouch on the sofa and walked to the coffee table. He picked up a piece of advertisement and a newspaper. Once all 7 time and space were merged, the memories of the 7 Tang Mo's were unified and everything that Tang Mo obtained was restored to the same time and space. For example, on the 3rd, Tang Mo used Mario's hat and received a newspaper from the Underground Kingdom. This was written in it. The strange circus has lost a treasure. The night of surprise is suspected to end early. Tang Mo read this news headline. Due to this newspaper, Tang Mo3 decided to take a risk and catch the golden hamster on the 3rd day. He didn't know when Grandmother Wolf would come back and had to hurry. Therefore, he told Fu Wenduo he was 90% sure the mission would end early and opened the archiver. It was a pity that at 6.01, the priority of the archiver was taken away by Tang Mo4. The save function failed and Tang Mo3 came back and discovered there was another person in the game. The 4th and 5th Tang Mo's didn't find any abnormalities. At 6 o'clock, they observed the black hamster outside the holes. At 6.01, all the holes were synchronized and they found the marks left by the other Tang Mo's. They knew there was a problem with this task but they couldn't use their abilities and couldn't do anything. Then on the 6th, Tang Mo got the invisible person's pocket watch and the strange circus advertisement. The advertisement made him realize this circus might be the Big Earthworm Circus. He didn't know if the big earthworm fleeing would have an impact on the circus activities. At the same time, the invisible man's pocket watch allowed him to be invisible in the hole. If he really encountered the black hamster, he could survive. Thus, Tang Mo decided to catch the golden hamster on the 1st day. To be on the safe side, he chose to use the save function. Then he made contact with Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo claimed that he lost contact with Tang Mo3 at 6 o'clock and couldn't contact him afterwards. Tang Mo6 was worried he would encounter the same problem as Tang Mo3 after 6 o'clock, so he only had 10 minutes to think of a countermeasure. He decided to use the "Your Father or Your Father" ability. In such an urgent situation, Tang Mo6 came up with 2 possibilities. The first was that Tang Mo's memories were being hidden and there was only one Tang Mo from beginning to end. Once the 7th day arrived, Tang Mo would discover he was renamed and would definitely go to Fu Wenduo. He would get the information that he must catch the hamster from Fu Wenduo. If it was the second case and there were many Tang Mo's in this time and space, they wouldn't be able to see each other or contact each other. Then using the "Your Father or Your Father" ability would change the names of all the Tang Mo's. All the Tang Mo's would perceive the existence of this ability and discover that there was another Tang Mo using the ability. Then they would realize the secret buried in their heart. Tang Mo has secretly loved Victor for a long time. 7 days passed. On the 1st, Tang Mo waited for 7 days in time and space. On the 2nd, Tang Mo waited for 6 days. Until the 6th, where Tang Mo passed on a last message to Tang Mo7. Tang Mo7, who was intertwined in time and space, stood at the 9th hole and didn't meet the 20% chance of failure. He completed the game. I believe in myself. Tang Mo sat on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. apart from the me on the 7th, I should have discovered the existence of another me. They will find ways to put food in the same hole and stand in it. The problem is knowing which hole to choose. The ability to change my name told the truth to the me on the 7th. On the other hand, it also told the other versions of me who couldn't use their abilities to connect with each other. Tang Mo has secretly loved Victor for a long time. Tang Mo looked at the water in his cup. It had been less than a month since the Earth went online. But it felt as if many years had passed. Tang Mo hadn't thought of that name for a long time. Every day involved life and death and he didn't have time to think about that person. He said it was a secret love but perhaps it wasn't. He just knew there was a unique feeling. Tang Mo didn't have any secrets. His parents died early and he had no relatives. He was out of the closet before his parents died and his good brothers knew his sexuality. He didn't feel that his sexual orientation was a secret that must be kept. The only secret he had was Victor. Victor's birthday is September 9th. He believed in himself. No matter which one he was, all of them would discover the truth. Because he believed in himself, he decisively used the name change ability. In the end, because he believed in himself, he could definitely find out the correct answer from the secret Tang Mo has loved Victor for a long time. And the truth was, I caught you. Tang Mo poked the pouch. The golden hamster was so angry that it tried to bit his finger. Tang Mo looked at the advertisement and newspaper on the table. Then he took out the Invisible Man's pocket watch that had become an ordinary pocket watch. He looked at these three things and his lips curved. The Black Tower wouldn't give dead ends. Whether or not he had Mario's hat, the Black Tower would certainly give him these three things through other means. Maybe it would let other monsters on the mountain to give him information, or maybe the pocket watch would fall from Grandmother Wolf's wardrobe. All in all, these three things were sure to appear or the game would almost have no solution. Tang Mo 3 wouldn't use the archiver, Tang Mo 6 wouldn't know the correct time and wouldn't remind Tang Mo 7. All of this was inevitable. Tang Mo drank the water. He was still thinking about the experiences all 7 of him went through in the past 7 days when he heard singing outside the house. The meat of the underground people, the flamingo wine. Eat the meat of the underground people, bite the leg of the underground people. The cumin of Monster Valley, best for roasting the head. My underground granddaughter, who is going to become my meal. Her meat is fragrant and tender, her head is sweet and savory. The song was harsh and Tang Mo frowned when he heard it. The song was getting closer. Bang! The door of the cabin was kicked open. Grandmother Wolf entered the house in a pink dress and holding a small parasol. She carried a pot of wine and a big bag of seasonings. Her green wolf eyes crossed the cabin and landed on Tang Mo. The moment she saw Tang Mo, her eyes filled with greed and hunger. My dear granddaughter, you didn't catch. Ha! Grandmother Wolf let out a sharp scream as she saw the hamster pouch on the table. She threw the small parasol to the ground, while the seasoning bottles fell down and the contents scattered. Grandmother Wolf covered her pointed wolf's mouth and said with disbelief, "How did you capture the golden hamster of time and space?" Author's note. Some readers still don't understand. I promise that games in the future will be a little simpler. In the next chapter, I will reveal why Tang Tang's game was so difficult. From the first, a new Tang Tang will appear every day. Number 1 actually has the easiest chance to catch the hamster, but Tang Tang is too cautious and won't catch it. Every day, there will be a new Tang Tang. This Tang Tang won't catch the hamster on their first day. At 6 o'clock, the hamster hole will refresh and the new Tang Tang will discover the other Tang Tangs. But his priority has already been given to the next Tang Tang and he can't use his abilities, thus he is unable to alert his next self. It is impossible for the Black Tower to allow for no solutions. Thus, number 3 and number 6 got clues and it depended on what he does with them. The two Tang Tangs did what they could to catch the hamster and handed the baton to the last Tang Tang. Number 6 reminded all Tang Tangs. The number is 9. Thus, the 7th Tang Tang was successful and all Tang Tangs blended into one. Tang Tang believed in himself and every one of them made the best choice, therefore he could clear the game. Chapter 33. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. The pouch containing the golden hamster was placed on the coffee table by Tang Mo and tied at the end. The golden hamster couldn't come out, but a bit of gold powder emerged from the gap in the mouth of the bag. Grandmother Wolf had exclaimed after seeing this gold powder. She didn't want the small parasol. The wine bottles and seasonings were also thrown away. She strode to the table and untied the pouch. The golden hamster rushed out the moment the pouch was opened, and of course, it was impossible for Tang Mo to let it run away. But he hadn't yet moved when Grandmother Wolf grabbed the back of the golden hamster and lifted it up. The golden hamster screamed while Grandmother Wolf couldn't help swallowing as she looked at it. She stared at it for a moment before turning to look at Tang Mo. Her eyes were so complicated they could write a novel of 1,000,000 words. They were full of hunger, depression and a slight bit of conscience. Grandmother Wolf put the golden hamster back into the pouch and held it in her big, black, hairy hand. After a long time, she took a deep breath, as if she had finally made a decision. She roared in an angry tone. 5 copper coins, not one more. You stinky thing, go back to your underground father. Don't let me see you or your hair again. Since Grandmother Wolf entered the house, Tang Mo's hand had been pressed against the match tattoo and he didn't dare relax. He was suddenly relieved after hearing these words. Grandmother Wolf walked into the bedroom, took out a dirty yellow-colored sock from under the pillow, dug into it and took out 5 copper coins. A total of 5 copper coins. She counted it 3 times before reluctantly handing it to Tang Mo. Ding dong. You have obtained Grandmother Wolf's copper coins. It is suggested that you exchange the copper coins for the prop Grandmother Wolf's small parasol. Grandmother Wolf handed the copper coins to Tang Mo, picked up the seasonings bag on the ground, opened a cupboard in the kitchen and took out a piece of marinated human flesh. She sprinkled cumin on this dried meat, her eyes fixed on Tang Mo as she chewed. Her eyes made it seem like she was eating Tang Mo right now, not the dried meat. The last traces of defenses in Tang Mo's heart was dropped once he saw Grandmother Wolf eat the dried meat. It seemed that Grandmother Wolf wouldn't eat him after completing the task. This might be a limitation of the Black Tower. Since he completed Grandmother Wolf's task, Grandmother Wolf couldn't eat him. Tang Mo looked at the 5 copper coins in his hand and thought repeatedly before deciding. I want to exchange the copper coins for that small parasol. Ha! Grandmother Wolf bit down on the meat of an underground person and opened her bloody mouth. The Black Tower had given him a hint, so he should carry it out. Tang Mo said, I want to exchange the copper coins for the small parasol. Grandmother Wolf's gaze suddenly became very weird. She looked Tang Mo up and down, her eyes greedily fixed on the 5 copper coins. However, her expression was a bit suspicious. She sneered with a wolf mouth stained with mint. Little girl, what do you want with this small parasol? Tang Mo kept asking, can I exchange them? Grandmother Wolf bit the meat, what does a stinky girl want with the parasol? Tang Mo. After a moment, he nodded blankly, I am stinky. Grandmother Wolf was deliberately talking badly, as if she didn't want to give her small parasol to Tang Mo. But her green eyes never moved from the 5 copper coins. After eating the big chunk of meat, she picked up the small parasol. You can exchange it for 5 copper coins, not one less. Tang Mo handed over the copper coins. Grandmother Wolf rushed to pick up the copper coins and threw the small parasol into Tang Mo's arms. Her mouth was still complaining, this little girl is so smelly. She must have learned it from her underground father. Tang Mo. The meat was eaten and the small parasol exchanged. Grandmother Wolf started approaching Tang Mo. Tang Mo had been delaying the time because he hadn't heard the Black Tower prompting the completion of the main mission. Did this mean his main mission wasn't over yet? He had to stay in Grandmother Wolf's house. Grandmother Wolf saw that her granddaughter was still staying and licked his teeth. My dear granddaughter, do you really not want to go? Tang Mo's heart tightened. He stepped back as his brain worked quickly. What is the golden hamster of time and space? Grandmother Wolf was stunned and couldn't help replying, you don't even know about the golden hamster of time and space. Your mother must be so fascinated by the dirty underground people that she doesn't even teach you this. Grandmother Wolf grabbed the golden hamster from the pouch and took out a mouse wheel from the pocket. The golden hamster's limbs waved frantically in the air as it tried to escape. But once Grandmother Wolf placed it on the wheel, it ran like a demon. At first, it was tentative. But once the wheel moved, it squeaked excitedly and ran happily. Tang Mo looked at the golden hamster. Suddenly, he saw time and space overlapping around the wheel. He saw a second golden hamster. The golden hamster was the same as the first and also running on the wheel. Then there was a third, fourth, fifth. 7 golden hamsters overlapped for a while and then separated. The faster the golden hamster ran, the more the hamsters split. Grandmother Wolf looked at the golden hamster happily. The sound of her swallowing her saliva was very obvious in the cabin. This is the golden hamster of time and space. Grandmother Wolf stared at the golden hamster for a while, muttering words like, braised hamster, sweet and sour hamster and fried hamster. After muttered this, she looked at Tang Mo and once again gulped. Tang Mo suddenly remembered the phrase, her head is sweet and savory. Tang Mo. The main task wasn't finished and Tang Mo didn't dare leave Grandmother Wolf's house. Hoarse and strange laughter emerged from Grandmother Wolf's mouth. She slowly moved towards Tang Mo and gently said, my dear granddaughter, your grandmother's bedroom has a particularly fun toy. Do you want to go to the bedroom with grandmother? Look inside. Tang Mo gritted his teeth. He made the decision to temporarily leave here, regardless of the main mission. Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside the house. Grandmother Wolf, a caravan of underground people is near Monster Valley. Your little Red Riding Hood can go back to the underground kingdom with these businessmen. Do you want me to take her out of the valley? Grandmother Wolf, are you home? Grandmother Wolf had just shown her sharp teeth and was staring at Tang Mo with greedy eyes. She shut her big mouth once she heard this voice. Tang Mo finally knew what she was doing when the gorilla monster knocked on Grandmother Wolf's door 7 days ago. Grandmother Wolf quickly tidied up her pink dress, put on a beautiful hat and opened the door. She moved towards the front courtyard. Uncle Gorilla, you really care about my little Red Riding Hood. Tang Mo followed her out. The gorilla monster said, Little Red Riding Hood is your granddaughter. We all have to take good care of here. Little Red Riding Hood, merchants from your underground kingdom are going to pass through here. We will go and find them. They are very good people and often sell to us at very cheap prices. They never deceive us kind and cute monsters, unlike the king's caravan. Tang Mo nodded and walked to the gorilla monster's side. Grandmother Wolf's face was green as she stared viciously at Tang Mo. Tang Mo calmly stood aside, looking down at the ground. However, he kept wondering why the main mission hadn't been completed yet and what he still needed to do. If he really had to go back to Grandmother Wolf's cabin, he would need to sneak into Monster Valley. At that moment, a clear child's voice was heard. Ding dong. The main mission, Happy Hamster Game in Monster Valley, is completed. 11 black hamsters and 1 golden hamster were hit. Tang Mo's eyes widened and he finally relaxed. However, the child's voice continued. A black hamster is worth 1 point and a golden hamster is worth 10 points. The player has obtained a total of 21 points. The player has scored more than 20 points and triggered the Gorilla's Love reward. Tang Mo's heart thumped as he seemed to discover something. His entire body stiffened. The Black Tower's words continued. Ding dong. Player Momo has triggered the hidden main task, catch the golden hamster, and successfully cleared the Black Tower's first floor, normal mode, crossed out. Successfully cleared the Black Tower's first floor, difficult mode. Tang Mo's fingers trembled as he suddenly understood the malicious action from the Black Tower, difficult mode Yu Fu * King God. A white light flashed in front of Tang Mo's eyes as the gorilla and grandmother wolf kept talking. Meanwhile, a loud and happy child's voice rang in the minds of 23 players around the world. Ding dong. China District 2's official player Momo has successfully cleared the Black Tower's first floor, difficult mode. Ding dong. China District 2. The Black Tower's global broadcast was repeated 3 times. The 23 players stopped moving and looked at the Black Tower closest to them with surprise. Fu Wenduo was on Beijing's 6th Ring Road when he heard this voice. He first said, difficult mode. Then he laughed and continued going south. In Los Angeles, a blonde woman covered in blood muttered to herself, what is difficult mode? In Europe, a bald man was sitting on a soft and drinking red wine. He frowned after hearing these words, my tower attack game was in normal mode. What is difficult mode? 3 people in China heard this voice, 3 in the US, 4 in Europe. There were 23 players. Apart from Fu Wenduo, the other 22 silently recited this name in their hearts. Momo. Tang Mo had just been sent back to Nanjing Road and didn't know that he had set off a small fire worldwide. But it was okay even if he did know. The one who set the fire was Momo. In 3 days, Momo wouldn't exist in this world. Tang Mo had been transported to the counter of a supermarket on Nanjing Road. Shanghai's Black Tower was located on Nanjing Road. Tang Mo had entered the tower attack game from here 7 days ago. Now he was sent here again, along with his backpack and a pink lace parasol. Tang Mo didn't move after he was sent back. He stood in front of the counter, looked at the empty glass counter before glancing at the small parasol to the side. Tang Mo's face was very calm. He picked up the small parasol and stuffed it into his backpack. After doing all this, he walked out of the store without any expression and headed straight to the Black Tower. The Black Tower was suspended 100 meters above the ground. Tang Mo headed straight to the bottom of the Black Tower and looked up at it. A minute later, he picked up an iron rod from the ground and slammed it against a broken stone table beneath the Black Tower. There was no expression on his face as he kept smashing the crumbling stone with the iron rod. A man and woman walked past him. They looked at him and quickly hurried away, not expression any surprise. After the game officially started, countless people came to this place. They couldn't do anything to the Black Tower and could only let out their anger on the things near the Black Tower. The stores near the Black Tower were smashed by the angry people. This stone had also been smashed who knew how many times. The iron rod that Tang Mo picked up from the ground had been left by someone who previously hit the stone. There were many people angry like Tang Mo. The others far away from him wouldn't find it strange. Perhaps because they had hit it as well. Tang Mo smashed it 7 times. After the 7th time, he threw down the iron rod and left Nanjing Road. Tang Mo finally felt more comfortable after venting. The sky gradually darkened and there were fewer people on the street. Tang Mo walked into a shopping mall and found a clothing store with no one present. For the first time since the Black Tower gave him the 10-day warning notice, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. After calming down, Tang Mo smiled helplessly and took out the small parasol from his backpack. He thought of his previous behavior and touched his chin. Well, it was a bit childish. It was really childish, but the angry Tang Mo couldn't control himself. After the Earth went online, Tang Mo accepted reality and remained calm. He didn't run to the Black Tower like other players to vent his anger. But this time, the Black Tower really provoked him. Tang Mo never thought that his main mission for the tower attack game was literally a happy hamster game. You hit the hamster. Your whole family hit the hamster. Tang Mo let out a burst of foul language in his heart. Yes, this attack tower game was a simple hamster game. From beginning to end, the Black Tower gave 8 rules. It never once said that Tang Mo needed to catch the golden hamster to complete the task. The Black Tower said that Grandmother Wolf hated the golden hamster and wanted her granddaughter to catch it. However, the Black Tower never said that the mission couldn't be completed without catching the golden hamster. This was a hamster game. A black hamster was 1 point and a golden hamster was a lot more. The golden hamster messed up time and space. If the 7 Tang Mo's kept catching black hamsters, he could get 28 points in 7 days. As long as he got more than 20 points, the gorilla's love would trigger. The gorilla monster would ring Grandmother Wolf's door and take Tang Mo away. From the very beginning, Grandmother Wolf said that Tang Mo couldn't catch the hamster and she would eat Tang Mo. Even she didn't think Tang Mo could catch the golden hamster. Thus, she prepared the wine and seasonings, intending to eat Tang Mo when she came back. That's why the Black Tower gave the gorilla's love reward to all layers who completed the main mission. As long as you hit 20 black hamsters and survived the black hamsters, Grandmother Wolf couldn't eat you. Tang Mo caught the golden hamster and this was equivalent to completing the main mission. He triggered the hidden main mission and raised the normal mode of the tower attack game to difficult mode. How could Tang Mo not be angry? He was determined not to die and tried his best to catch the golden hamster. As a result, the Black Tower said, "Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so good and exceed our mission. I'll give you a medal and congratulations on completing difficult mode." Tang Mo was so angry that he couldn't hold back and went to smash the stone table. It was a total of 7 days so he smashed it 7 times. After this, Tang Mo sat on the counter and blocked his figure with a cabinet. He secretly pondered, there are currently 3 modes to the tower attack game. Mentally handicapped mode, normal mode and difficult mode. There might be other modes. I have to be sure to pay attention to all the rules of the Black Tower in the future and to be prepared for language traps in unexpected places. This happy hamster game in Monster Valley seemed to be the Black Tower playing Tang Mo, letting him try to catch the golden hamster. In fact, this was what the Black Tower added to increase the difficulty of the game. If Grandmother Wolf hadn't asked Tang Mo to catch the golden hamster, Tang Mo would think of it as a hamster game and his first reaction would be to catch as much hamsters as possible to increase the rewards. It would be easy to reach 20 points. But once he had the idea of, I want to catch the golden hamster, he would try to make all the others stand at the same hole. Trick the player into catching the golden hamster and going against the black hamster as little as possible. This was the biggest difficulty of this game. A black hamster was worth 1 point. If each Tang Mo stood at a different hole every day, he could get 28 points. This time, Tang Mo got 21 points. If he hadn't caught the golden hamster, he would have only 11 points, which was far less than the required 20 points. Tang Mo had actually been thinking about a problem. The mission of catching the golden hamster, apart from him, could other players really succeed? Without the archiver, Tang Mo couldn't contact Fu Wenduo and wouldn't know he was caught in the golden hamster's time and space trap. Without changing his name, Tang Mo couldn't contact the other versions of himself and make all Tang Mo's stand at the same hole. Perhaps other players had special props or abilities. But in order to pass this game, the requirements for players were too harsh. It wasn't like an ordinary tower attack game. Unless this game was specifically created for Tang Mo, looking back now, it was no problem if it was the difficult mode of the tower attack game. Tang Mo reflected on his success and failure in the tower attack game and summed up a few points to pay attention to. Once his reflection ended, he started to look at the rewards he received. The first one was Grandma Wolf's small parasol. Tang Mo took out the small parasol from his backpack. He opened it and looked at it for a long time but didn't see any hints. It was night and the mall was dark. Tang Mo thought about it and took out a flashlight, shining it on the parasol for clues. Once he shone the flashlight on the head of the parasol, small lines of words appeared. Prop. Grandmother Wolf's small parasol, owner. Tang Mo, quality. Excellent, level 2, attack. Strong, function. Extremely strong defense. The umbrella's surface is extremely hard and the tip is extremely sharp. When open, the small parasol can be used as a defensive object. When closed, the small parasol can be used to attack. The shape is pretty. Restrictions. When using the small parasol, you must shout, Little Red Riding Hood energy, magical girl transformation. Remark. Grandmother Wolf's small parasol is like her granddaughter's heart, girly and full of pink lace. Tang Mo. Tang Mo's lower limit had been pulled down to a certain extent starting with the Return Your Grandfather ability. His mouth slightly pursed when looking at the restrictions on using the small parasol. He wanted to say that he wouldn't use this prop, just like when he obtained the Return Your Grandfather ability. But once he looked at the excellent quality of the small parasol and its extremely powerful functions. Tang Mo didn't give himself a flag and silently put away the small parasol. Next, Tang Mo had received a reward when he was sent away by the Black Tower. He pulled out the piece of gold from his pocket, turned it up and down and carefully touched the pattern on the gold coin to find clues. During the process when Tang Mo was sent back, the Black Tower's voice had rung in his ear. Ding dong. The player Momo has successfully cleared the Black Tower's first floor, difficult mode. As the first player in the world to clear the difficult mode, the extra bonus, King's Gold Coin, has been obtained. This was the gold coin. It was a heavy gold coin. From a weight point of view, it was pure gold. The front of the coin had an image of a man wearing a crown. The back had some strange text that Tang Mo couldn't understand. He looked at the words and finally looked at the crowned man on the front of the gold coin. The King of the Underground Kingdom. The King's Gold Coin. Tang Mo's first thought was the Underground Kingdom. When the gorilla was taking him away, he mentioned that the king's merchants like to deceive monsters and sell cheap goods at a high price. Tang Mo could guess the origin of the gold coin. Now he carefully looked for a description of its function. He looked at it for a while, burned it with fire and bit it with his teeth. After finally licking his slightly sour teeth, Tang Mo came to a conclusion. It is absolutely pure gold. This gold coin was bitten by him. Tang Mo bent the coin. As it recovered its shape, lines of words appeared above the gold coin. Tang Mo's eyes brightened. Prop. The King's Gold Coin, owner. Tang Mo, quality. Rare, level 1, attack. None, function. Can abstain from any one Black Tower game. You can choose to exit the game directly or watch as a bystander. Tang Mo's heart thumped wildly at these words. His breathing became faster. After a few seconds, he calmed down and kept reading. Restriction. Disposable item. Can only be used once. During the game, you can't use any abilities or props to help the players participating in the game. Remark. With the King's Gold Coin, you are the spokesperson of the king. Tang Mo muttered, sure enough. A prop that went against the heavens couldn't be used without restrictions. The fact that it could only be used once was its biggest limit. But Tang Mo couldn't help feeling emotional, even if this was a one-time item. He squeezed the gold coin and watched it for a full 5 minutes. Then he placed the treasured gold coin back in his pocket. The gold coin was placed in the innermost pocket, the one with a zipper that was most secure and hidden. Up to now, Tang Mo had 2 rare props. One was the turkey egg and the other was the King's Gold Coin. Every rare item had a function that went against the sky and told Tang Mo in a simple and brutal way why it had the rare quality. Look at the king's gold coin. It was a one-time prop, but the function of abstaining from one black tower game was enough to make Tang Mo unable to calm down. I can't use it casually, only at the last minute. Tang Mo said. For example, when playing the hamster game, I can't use it if I can't catch the golden hamster. I should only use it when I am about to be eaten by Grandmother Wolf. This prop had both advantages and disadvantages. Its benefits were obvious. It was equivalent to giving Tang Mo a gold medal to avoid death. The disadvantages were difficult to detect, but that didn't mean they weren't there. With this coin, players might not do their best to play the game and would endanger themselves. It was because they would always think, I still have an opportunity to abstain. The king's gold coin must be used on the tip of the knife. It absolutely couldn't be used unless death was inevitable. Now that he had two new props, Tang Mo lay on the cold ground with satisfaction and gradually felt a bit sleepy. He hadn't had a good night's sleep since being informed of the tower attack game half a month ago. In the 7 days of catching the golden hamster, he never closed his eyes. Now that the game was finally over, Tang Mo slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. However, he was tense even in his sleep. If there was any movement, then he would immediately respond. After a good night's sleep. Bang! There was the loud sound of something falling on the ground. Tang Mo opened his eyes and pressed a hand to the match tattoo. He listened silently for a while and discovered the sound came from outside the clothing store. He picked up his backpack and crept to the door, blocking his body with a cardboard box, and looked out quietly. The sky was bright. It was already early morning. He saw a young woman wearing a dress on the opposite side of the second floor, looking in front of her with horror. The place where she was looking at was in Tang Mo's blind spot, and he couldn't tell what she was looking at. The woman stepped back, her whole body stuck to the glass fence of the mall's corridor. The glass fence was broken in half and several pots were placed in front of other glass fences. Only the glass fence behind the woman had some dirt scattered and the potted plants had disappeared. Tang Mo judged that the thing that just fell was probably a potted plant. The young woman covered her mouth and trembled with fear. The next second, she suddenly turned and ran, screaming, "They are here too. They're coming, they're coming." The young woman ran away quickly. After a short while, Tang Mo heard several more sounds in the mall. Another 4 people had run away from the mall. Tang Mo frowned. He waited a while, and after being sure no one else would run out, he held the big match and walked out the clothing store. Once he left the clothing store and looked at the corridor on the opposite side of the second floor, he could see the solidified blood on the ground. Tang Mo's heart tightened as he held the match tightly and went to the opposite side of the second floor. The blocked picture was finally revealed to Tang Mo. He finally knew what the young woman had seen. In front of a cashier's counter in a tea shop, a middle-aged man had fallen to the ground with wide eyes, an expression of disbelief on his face. There was a large hole dug in his chest. Blood ran down from the hole, dyed the clothes and flowed to the ground. In that darkened bloody hole, his heart was gone. Tang Mo suppressed the feeling of nausea and checked the man's wound. The heart was torn out, the ribs broken into powder, and the blood vessels had obvious tears. Tang Mo looked around again. He spent 10 minutes on the second floor and the first floor. Finally, he found the heart next to some stairs on the first floor. To be precise, there was only half the heart left. It seemed to have been eaten by something. The heart was bitten halfway before being thrown to the ground. After the earth went online, killings weren't uncommon, and one corpse could be seen almost every 3 days. But killing people this way did even eating half the heart. Tang Mo's heart filled with an unknown premonition. He didn't know that at this moment, in the west of Shanghai, a short and chubby boy was pulling his thin companion down while hiding in a car. They shrank their heads as much as possible in order to not expose their positions. In the narrow space, the two boys breathed heavily and their hearts beat violently. Zhao Xiang, is your hand okay? The thin boy's voice trembled. The chubby youth's right arm had a deep cut where the bone was visible. Thick blood was dripping down his arm towards the ground. He covered the wound and prevented the blood from dripping on the ground, in order to not make a sound. His voice was hoarse. No, it is nothing. We have to go back. We can't go west. They are from the west. Once they left, we will go back to find Shanshan and brother Mo. The thin boy nodded heavily. Okay. The little fat man gritted his teeth and wanted to say something again. Suddenly, a sharp laugh was heard from above their heads. Oh, I found you. The author has something to say. Major Fu. The whole world knows how great my Tang Tang is. Not happy to monopolize his share face, Tang Tang, the whole world knows how powerful you are. I only have 23 people. Chapter 34. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Tang Mo wrote down the shape of the middle-aged man's wound and the appearance of the half-heart. Then he carried his backpack and quietly left the mall. He left through the underground car park of the mall. He acted with care and swiftness, leaving the mall in a few minutes and arriving at a nearby commercial street. There seemed to be a little less people on the streets. When Tang Mo entered the tower attack game 7 days ago, he could see 1 or 2 people occasionally on the streets. Now when he walked down a street, he often didn't see anyone. He didn't know if they were hiding or disappeared. Tang Mo continued to go west. He was going back to Suzhou. This was Tang Mo's intention before being forcibly pulled into the tower attack game. His friend in Shanghai had disappeared and another friend was far away in Beijing. Tang Mo wasn't ready to travel a long distance to Beijing. He would first go to Suzhou and stabilize his strength in a place he was familiar with. He was sure that he could cope with any unexpected incidents along the way, and then he would go to Beijing to find someone. After walking through 3 streets and 2 communities, Tang Mo saw a white car across the street. He hurried his pace. In today's world, the streets were littered with cars. However, most of them had crashed into each other and couldn't be opened anymore. A car that could be used was very rare. Tang Mo walked the few kilometers to this one. The street was quiet. Tang Mo opened the front door of the car and sat in the driver's seat. The key was still in the lock and Tang Mo twisted it, ready to start the car. But just as he clicked the key, his movements suddenly stopped. Tang Mo slowly turned his head and looked at the back seat of the car. This was a SUV-type business car. The trunk was very wide and you can get the things in the trunk by stretching your arms over the back seat. At this moment, a pale white hand was resting between the pillows of the back seat. The wrist was propped up by the back seat of the chair while the fingers hung down naturally. In the nails, blood had solidified to black and the whole hand was covered with a dead blue-violet color. Tang Mo got off and opened the trunk. It was a young woman who had been dead for a long time. Her whole body was stuffed into the trunk, her legs curled up and her mouth slightly open. Her eyes were staring up at the roof, a trace of fear and panic still left in them. But she apparently died quickly, without any traces of struggle. Even the body had been stuffed into the trunk after she was long dead and stiffened. Tang Mo's eyes moved down to the big hole in the woman's chest. Her heart was gone. Tang Mo looked in silence for a long time. Then he pulled the woman out and placed her in a small restaurant on the street. He covered the woman's body with a tablecloth from the restaurant, returned to the car and drove away. He drove all the way to the west. Sometimes the road was blocked and he would have to go down and push. Compared to the beginning of the game, Tang Mo's strength was much greater. He only needed to push gently and the wheels would roll across the ground. The journey back to Suzhou would be much smoother than when he came. There really were a lot less people in Shanghai. In the past, bustling areas would often have groups of 3 or 5 people. Now it was quiet and he couldn't see anything. It was hard to see a person. Once the other person heard the sound of Tang Mo's car, they would act like a frightened rabbit, running into a building and hiding. Tang Mo's brow furrowed more and more. As he drove his car to Changning district, there appeared a body with no heart on the road in front of him. The car drove past the body with no heart. Once it was about to turn at the next intersection, there was suddenly the shrill sound of the brakes. The car had made a 180-degree turn, going back the way it came. Bright sunlight shone through the window as the black-haired man's lips tightened and he looked firmly ahead. The car drove steadily towards the Pudong area. 2 hours later, Tang Mo drove the car to the previous big shopping mall. He got off with his backpack and entered the mall. Once he walked into the mall, the clustered players tensed and looked at him cautiously. Tang Mo had also suffered from such looks when he came here half a month ago. But this time was obviously different. These players were staring like they could see through him, the thick wariness and hostility couldn't be hidden. This change made Tang Mo accelerate his footsteps as he walked to the stairwell at the end of the mall. He pushed open the door of the stairwell when a big hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Tang Mo reacted very quickly and retracted his right hand. The other person swept their leg towards Tang Mo's left leg. Tang Mo borrowed the door of the stairwell and slammed it forward, jumping back 2 steps to escape the attack. The stranger screamed in surprise and emerged from the door of the stairwell. A young man with a buzz cut walked out from the stairwell and closed the door behind him. His eyes were sharp as he looked Tang Mo up and down. One moment later, he said, "Friend or enemy?" This type of defense mechanism was much stricter than last time. Tang Mo's heart slowly sank as he said, "I came to find Luo Fengqing." Nav Om the other party couldn't let him go just because Tang Mo said Luo Fengqing's name. It was only after Tang Mo said the names of Jack, Tang Qiao, Nia Fei and Yi Yuanza that the man finally believed him and personally escorted him to the underground car park. Along the way, he never relaxed his vigilance despite showing his back to Tang Mo. As soon as Tang Mo raised a hand, he would respond at the fastest speed. Luo Fengqing's room was the same as last time. This time, they walked to the 3rd floor of the underground parking lot and arrived in front of a big iron door. The young man had Tang Mo wait outside before going in. After half a minute, he came out and said, "You can go in." Tang Mo opened the door and saw Luo Fengqing waiting for him. Luo Fengqing was wearing a white coat. His face was a bit pale and his eyes were bloodshot. Once Tang Mo entered, he leaned against the table and stood. The two of them stared at each other. Tang Mo's face was calm while Luo Fengqing's lips slowly curved, revealing a light smile. "It is really you. Once I listened to Jifeng, I thought it was you. Momo, you finally came." Luo Fengqing suddenly stopped and made an awkward expression. Tang Mo understood the problem and coughed. "Don't worry about my name. I am Momo for now. You knew I would come." Luo Fengqing nodded. "Yes. The only thing I'm curious about is why you only came now. I was handling something privately and was pulled into an instance on the way." Tang Mo didn't disclose the information about the 1st floor of the Black Tower. According to his speculations, when the Black Tower informed only Tang Mo about the tower attack game, he should be the only one who knew he cleared the floor. If Luo Fengqing didn't know, then Tang Mo wouldn't say it. Luo Fengqing nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He cut straight to the point. "You exited the instance, found them and decided to come to attack." Tang Mo frowned. "Them? You don't know about them yet." Luo Fengqing continued. "If you don't know about them, you came because you saw the bodies of those killed by them." Tang Mo nodded and explained what he saw today. The situation of the corpses emerged. The fatal wound is in only one place. They died very quickly and there aren't any signs of a struggle. After their deaths, their hearts were completely pulled out. One of the hearts was found by me. It was only half. It seemed to be eaten by people. Luo Fengqing nodded. You aren't wrong. It was eaten by people. Tang Mo's heart tightened. He might be mentally prepared, but it was still shocking to hear the truth. We have seen a lot of killings and we have seen the monsters eating people. You know, when we first met, the big mole ate the body of the little girl in front of us. Luo Fengqing spoke calmly. But this time, the things eating people in Shanghai aren't Black Tower monsters but humans. To be exact, it is a group of stowaways. Why are stowaways eating people? Luo Fengqing corrected him. They aren't eating people. They are eating the hearts of people. They have to eat the heart within 3 minutes of the person dying. Once it came to this, Luo Fengqing paused before looking at Tang Yamo. Nia Fei died in their hands. Tang Yamo didn't answer. He remembers Nia Fei, the young man in the black trench coat. When Tang Yamo had just left Mario's Monopoly game, the first one he saw was this young man. He was the first member of Attack to contact Tang Yamo and took the initiative to lead Tang Yamo to Attack's base. He had little communication with Tang Yamo, but his character was calm and he was a leader when he was with the other two people. Tang Yamo was silent for a moment. His ability isn't an attack one. Luo Fengqing understood what he meant. No, Nia Fei had an attack ability. He used to be an ordinary college student. After he awakened his ability, he mastered strong fighting skills and a flying ability. His skill was the knife was very good. When they ran into the group of stowaways, he let Tang Qiao escape first. By the time Tang Qiao came back with reinforcements, his heart had been dug out. Where are the stowaways coming from, why do they eat people and what type of abilities do they have? Tang Yamo asked 3 questions in a row. Luo Fengqing patiently replied. Why do they eat people? There is no specific conclusion yet. As far as I can guess, it might have something to do with their abilities. But from my observations, none of their abilities are repeated. They are very obsessed with eating people. It isn't just official players, but ordinary players and stowaways as well. They eat everyone. I have 2 guesses for why they are eating people so persistently. The first one is that they are all cannibals. After the government system collapsed, they are no longer constrained and can casually eat people. Tang Yamo asked, how many are there altogether? At least 7 people. We have only encountered 7. The possibility of them being cannibals is low. Tang Yamo calmly analyzed. The abnormal psychology of cannibalism is very rare. The probability that 7 will appear at once is very low. Luo Fengqing said, then there is the second possibility. Tang Yamo looked at Luo Fengqing and thought of the answer. Eating people can make them stronger. Shanghai, Fengxian District. A shrill scream was heard on the street. A short haired girl hurriedly covered her companion's mouth and said, Fei, don't scream. We will be discovered by others. The frightened girl with a pale face nodded quickly and Chen Shanshan released her hand. Xiao Fei couldn't help staring at the corpse. She didn't want to see it but she couldn't help looking, then turning away again, then looking. After looking 3 times, she finally turned around and vomited at the edge of a tree. Chen Shanshan glanced at her before walking to the corpse and examining it. The murderer had clearly been too violent when pulling out the heart. The victim's internal organs and intestines were pulled out and scattered on the ground. Xiao Fei might have seen a similar corpse before but she still screamed and vomited out what she had eaten in the past 2 days. Once she was even clean of bile, Xiao Fei covered her eyes and moved to Chen Shanshan's side. She said timidly, Shan. Shanshan, let's go quickly. This is the second body that has its heart torn out. We will rush to my hometown and take refuge in the country. If we go to the country, the murderers won't be able to find us. Chen Shanshan was still checking the body. The 15-year-old girl still looked childish, but at this moment, she was using her hands to peel away the wounds and carefully examining each trace. She spoke lightly while doing such a horrible thing. We need to find more supplies. It is best to buy some seeds. In the countryside, we can grow out food. Otherwise, we will soon eat all the food on the mountain. Xiao Feifei hurriedly said, then let's go quickly. Chen Shanshan stood up. The two people yesterday said the murderer is from the west. Xiao Feifei didn't understand why her companion was suddenly asking this question. She thought for a moment, yes, it seems so. Those people escaped from the west. A lot of people from the west are running east. It is said that the murderers came from Suzhou. Zhao Xiang and Lu Chen are heading west. Xiao Feifei snorted and muttered. Not so smart. If we know about the murderers, then Zhao Xiang must know. They would have escaped, like the others. Chen Shanshan turned her head and looked at her companion. If there is a chance of something bad happening, no matter how small, it will happen. What are you saying? Chen Shanshan bit her lower lip, bowed her head and thought for a while. Go back and find Zhao Xiang. Pudong District, the underground parking lot's third floor. Tang Mo's expression was dignified. He said, last night, I was hiding in a shopping mall. There was an incident where a stowaway ate a person inside. The middle-aged man wasn't dead when I sneaked into the mall. I went to bed and woke up the next morning. In those 6 hours, he died less than 100 meters away from me. Luo Fengqing said, these stowaways are very strong. For ordinary reserves, one blow would kill them. The movements required are very small. Tang Mo shook his head. But when he was killed, he was less than 100 meters away from me. Tang Mo didn't hear anything. Luo Fengqing didn't know how strong Tang Mo was now, but his expression became more serious after hearing Tang Mo's words. The two of them thought about it and didn't speak. But not long passed before the office door was pushed open. Tang Mo looked up. It was Jack. He didn't know when, but the foreign man had a scar across his right eye. He was surprised when he saw Tang Mo, but there was no time for greetings. He looked at Luo Fengqing. Dr. Luo, we saved 2 young boys when we were looking for that group of bastards. There is a boy who is an official player. His ability is very good and he is promising. Do you want to go see him? Luo Fengqing walked forward. He always welcomed excellent members. Where are they? Jack hesitated. Wait a bit. Doctor, the boy's friend is dying. Tang Qi and Lizi are trying to save him, but the chances are slim. I hope that you can let the little fatty say goodbye to his friend, then I will bring him to see you. Tang Mo repeated. Little fatty. Luo Fengqing asked, what is the ability of the potential member? Jack's eyes flashed. It is very powerful. When we found them, they seem to have been chased by the electric man for 2 hours. The electric man found that this little fatty's ability is very strong and was chasing him to eat his heart. We almost didn't have time to save them. Fortunately, the little fatty suddenly moved a sharp knife with his ability. The knife cut the electric man's arm and we had a chance to save them. His ability is very strong. He can move many things and the speed is also very fast. Luo Fengqing was pleasantly surprised, space movement. Tang Mo jerked forward and looked at Jack. Is the little fatty around 1.6 meters tall, with short hair and a small red birthmark under his left eyebrow? Jack was amazed. How did you know? Tang Mo's expression sunk. Take me to see them. The author has something to say. Tang. You dare to hit someone I'm protecting. Old fool. Puff puff puff. Hurry on the journey. Chapter 35. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The Earth is Online. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. On the western side of the second floor of the underground parking lot, a blonde foreign woman was pressing a piece of gauze against a boy's chest. Blood flowed out and dyed the piece of gauze in a few seconds. She replaced it with a new gauze and pressed down, but the blood didn't stop. There was a huge gap in the boy's chest, the ribs were already broken and the heart's epidermis was scratched by a sharp edge. The heart hadn't been completely punctured, but such a wound was impossible to heal before the earth went online. It is useless. He is just a reserve player and his physical fitness isn't as strong as an official player. The electric man stabbed very deeply. Even if it was me, I can only wait for death. Only a physique like Jack can survive this type of injury. A little fat youth cried out, "What should I do? Lu Chen will Lu Chen die?" The foreign woman kept acting to stop the bleeding and didn't answer. Once the chest was cleaned of most of the blood, she could finally see the wound. The foreign woman immediately said, "Tang Qiao, the needle." Tang Qiao set a medical suture needle on fire for 2 seconds before handing it over. The foreign woman immediately began to stitch up the wound in the boy's heart. Her eyes were focused and the needle was moving extremely fast. However, the thin boy's breathing was becoming lighter and lighter, his face gradually whitening. Under the guidance of Jack, Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng arrived at the second floor of the underground parking lot. Jack said, "The boy's injury is really heavy. He isn't an official player and his physical fitness isn't good. I managed to carry him back to base and Liz is stopping the bleeding." Liz was a medical doctor studying at Fudan University. Our base also has some basic medical equipment. But Liz says that it is useless. The electric man almost dug out the heart. Tang Mo quickened his pace. "How long has he been injured?" Jack replied. "From the moment I carried him to the present that it is almost 40 minutes. I came as quickly as I could from the west." Jack's strength was unquestionable. He would definitely run as quickly as possible without affecting the injured. The 3 people finally arrived at the temporary operating room at Attack's base. They had just entered when they heard a curse. "Shit." The tall blonde pressed her hands on Lu Chen's chest and pressed down hard. Tang Qiao was wiping Liz's sweat while the chubby youth was already crying. On the operating table, a tall and thin boy was turning blue. He lay quietly as the blonde female doctor gave him heart resuscitation. However, he never recovered his breath. Tang Mo quickly stepped forward, pushing Tang Qiao and Liz out of the way. The chubby youth looked up and cried out, "Brother Mo." The 3 of them all looked at him with astonishment. Tang Mo had no time to explain and took out a tear-shaped gem from his pocket. He pressed the gem to Lu Chen's chest and blood slowly infused into the gem. A trace of warm light emerged from the earthworm's tear and penetrated Lu Chen's chest. Liz reacted at once and turned to look at Luo Fengcheng. Luo Fengcheng nodded and made a gesture to not interfere. He walked to Tang Mo's side and watched the earthworm's tear in Tang Mo's hand. Snap! There was a fine crack on the earthworm's tears and Lu Chen's face gradually became rosy. He suddenly coughed hard and Tang Mo sighed, putting the tear back in his pocket. The chubby boy jumped up excitedly. "Lu Chen." Liz and Tang Qiao also went to check on the situation of the thin boy. Tang Mo gave his position to them and turned to Luo Fengcheng. "It is a prop. I participated in an instance a few days ago and obtained it. It can repair serious injuries but I can only use it 2 times. For Tang Mo, the earthworm's tear was precious but not the most important prop. Rather than let Luo Fengcheng guess something by himself, it was better for Tang Mo to take the initiative and explain. However, it was a half-truth and still hid some strength. Luo Fengcheng smiled. "You healed him." The 2 people looked at each other and Tang Mo slowly smiled. The relationship between Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng was very strange. They weren't enemies but they definitely weren't friends. In this world, Luo Fengcheng wasn't alone. He also represented the entire attack organization and always had to think about attack. Tang Mo didn't intend to join such an organization. He needed companions, but he didn't want so many companions. Nor did he need so many to attack the tower. After actually participating in the tower attack game, he understood how terrible this game was. Tang Mo would strive to improve his own strength, and he wouldn't be passive if he encountered an incident. But he wouldn't deliberately die. If he couldn't attack the tower, then he wouldn't attack the tower. This was the life standard that Tang Mo recently established. The earthworm's tear had temporarily saved Lu Chen's life, but his injury was too heavy. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. The little fatty Zhao Xiang wiped his tears and walked to Tang Mo. Tang Mo gave him a look. He nodded and followed Tang Mo out of the operating room. Luo Fengcheng gave them some private time to talk. Tang Mo led the little fatty to a corner of the parking lot. After confirming there was no one around, he asked, "How are Chen Shanshan and the others?" The little fatty had been crying for too long and now his voice was a bit hoarse. "Brother, we left school the day after you did. I went with Lu Chen while Shanshan was with Feifei. We have long been separated. Lu Chen wanted to go home and check. He is a boarding student and his family is in Jiading district. In any case, my parents are gone, so I went with him." Tang Mo was slightly relieved after hearing Chen Shanshan was in no danger. The little fatty continued. "We met the murderer last night. His ability was very strong, the strongest I have ever seen. Every part of his body can emit lightning and the nails and needles I had were useless against him. Lu Chen and I escaped all night, but we didn't expect him to find us at noon today. Fortunately, the foreign uncle passed by and saved us, otherwise we would have died." Tang Mo spoke. "He is called Jack. He didn't happen to pass by. He was looking for the man hunting you." Tang Mo thought for a moment. "I heard from Luo Fengcheng about this stowaways organization. They are recently very famous in Shanghai and came from the west. You went west to Jiading district, so you must have heard about it. How did you still run to the west?" The little fatty made a bitter expression. "When we left school, Shanshan said that we are children. If there are bad people, they would definitely go after us. So no matter what, don't make contact with a crowd and be careful. Lu Chen and I listened to her and didn't communicate with other people. By the time we heard about the killings in the west, it was already too late. Brother Mo, a lot of people ran away, but we were running in the rear." Tang Mo suddenly realized. It was really self-defeating. Chen Shanshan's words weren't unreasonable. Considering the little fatty's mind, it was better for him not to get in contact with people. For example, the little fatty still hadn't discovered that Tang Mo had become Momo and kept shouting Brother Mo. As long as there were no accidents, Chen Shanshan's idea was very appropriate. However, there were murderers. The small fatty didn't contact other people and didn't get the news, delaying his escape time. Tang Mo thought about something else. "You can move knives." Brother Mo, how did you know?" "I heard Jack say it. He said that when he arrived, he saw you quickly move a knife and cut the arm of the stowaway." The little fatty pointed his right hand at the ground. Tang Mo looked in the direction of his finger. He saw a big piece of broken rock rise from the ground. It shook in the air like a drunkard, unable to find a direction. Tang Mo stared intently. Once the stone was 1 meter in front of him, Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. The stone flew towards him in the blink of an eye. Bang! The stone fell to the ground and the little fatty gasped, raising his hand to wipe at the sweat on his forehead. His fingers trembled slightly as he said, "Approximately 3 days ago, I found that I can slightly move some heavier things. But I still can't do as much as when I move nails and needles. For example, I can make this big stone fly very fast within 1 meter. If it is too far, then I can't do it. In addition, the energy consumption is very large and I can't reuse it for a short time." Tang Mo nodded approvingly. It is a very powerful ability. Perhaps later it will become stronger. The little fatty scratched his head. Tang Mo wasn't comforting him. He really felt that this ability was very powerful. The little fatty's ability was strong in 2 points. One was the element of surprise. Just like right now, Tang Mo hadn't expected that the stone would move in front of him so quickly. If it was a knife, it might have stabbed him between the eyebrows. It wouldn't kill him, but he would be seriously injured. On the other hand, the little fatty's ability was becoming stronger. Since the earth came online, Tang Mo had basically been acting alone. He didn't have a companion and didn't know if other people's abilities would become stronger. But the little fatty's ability had obviously become stronger and still had room for development. Tang Mo asked a few more questions before letting the little fatty go back to the operating room to find his friend. He walked along to Luo Fengcheng's office, his head bowed as he thought. As he reached the middle of the second-floor underground parking lot, Tang Mo looked at the monitors around him. The switch lights indicated that all the cameras were off. However, Tang Mo bent over to grab a small pebble and broke all the cameras. After the earth went online, humans lost power and couldn't create new electricity. The current electricity used by attack was from a small generator left by the mall itself. They used it very frugally and generally didn't use it at night. For example, Liz hadn't used electricity for the Thin Boy's operation. First, there were no sterile conditions, so everything was simple. Second, his injury wasn't something that could be cured with modern medical equipment. After identifying that no one was around, Tang Mo headed to a van and opened the door to the back seat. He took out his abilities book and turned it to the front page. Ability. Don't give money for eating, owner. Tang Mo, type. Special type, function. Collecting abilities. Note. Everyone. Tang Mo carefully read the text on the first page 3 times before turning to the second page. Ability. I have a worse spiritual field than a protagonist, owner. Qian Sankuan, stowaway. Grade. Level 2. Can store 2 types of inanimate objects, limit. Only objects of the same type can be stored and no bodies can be stored. Note. Qian Sankuan doesn't know. Tang Mo's gaze stayed on the level and restriction lines. After reading it for a long time, he turned to the 3rd and 4th pages. He read all 11 pages of the abilities book before turning back to the first page and looking at his ability. There are no levels or restrictions. Tang Mo frowned. Zhao Xiang's ability showed an obvious improvement. Tang Mo's first thought was the ability level. Of the 10 abilities he collected, only Chen Shanshan's ability was level 3. The rest were level 1 and 2. Tang Mo didn't know what the little fatty's ability was like, but he guessed that the level of the ability must have increased. If the ability could be improved, then it explained how players could attack all 7 floors of the Black Tower in the future. The first floor of the Black Tower was so difficult. If the player's level couldn't be improved, they wouldn't be able to cope with the more terrible tower games. But my ability has no level or restrictions. Tang Mo's finger rubbed on the words, don't give money for eating. There are still restrictions. For example, killing people can get abilities. Obtaining things from others without giving money can also give me abilities. But there are limitations. The fact that I didn't get Little Fatty's ability should be related to this restriction. Tang Mo's brain worked quickly. He recalled every detail from when he was in the middle school and trying to get the Little Fatty's abilities. It is because he didn't want to give me the cookies. Tang Mo rejected it as soon as he expressed the idea. It can't be that simple. Tang Mo couldn't say why, but he felt it wasn't so simple. In order to verify his thoughts, he went back to the operating room and found the little fatty sleeping by the bed. He gently woke the boy up. Brother Mo. The little fatty rubbed his eyes wearily. Tang Mo led the little fatty out of the operating room and said, "Can you give me the knife you used to cut that man's arm? I want to see if I can find something new. For example, why do the stowaways want to eat people's hearts?" The little fatty didn't even think about it. He quickly took out the knife from his belt and passed it to Tang Mo. Tang Mo stared at him. "Do you want to give me this knife?" The little fatty made a strange expression. "Why wouldn't I want to give it to you? It is a knife. Brother Mo, take it." Tang Mo took the knife and the little fatty ran back to the operating room. Tang Mo found a hidden place to take out his abilities book and opened it to the 12th page. As expected, it was blank. The little fatty's ability didn't appear. Tang Mo closed the book and threw it into the air with an expressionless face. Sure enough, this damn book deliberately tossed urine at him every time. There was no way the restriction would be so simple. He still needed to find out more about his abilities. Tang Mo found Luo Fengcheng. Luo Fengcheng didn't ask why he was gone for so long. He just handed over a folder. "We know that there are 7 stowaways who came from Suzhou, at least 7. 8 days ago, 2 official players fled from Suzhou to Shanghai and news of the stowaways organization came from their mouths. According to them, there are 10 stowaways and at least 1,000 players have been murdered in Suzhou." Tang Mo stopped his action of opening the folder and looked up. 10 people killed 1,000. The official players and stowaways are stronger than the reserve players. In addition, abilities range from strong to weak. Luo Fengcheng continued his explanation. These 10 people are at the top of the food chain. Most of the people they killed were reserve players. At the beginning, it was sneak attacks at night. Then they started to kill in the daytime. They acted as a group until recently and now they are often separated. NMO. Luo Fengcheng didn't call out Tang Mo's name. He coughed and said, "Even now, most people don't have the courage to kill." Tang Mo understood this truth. The Earth went online and more than 6 billion people disappeared at once. The horror of the Black Tower hung over the head of every human. It had only been 1 month. The peaceful life from 1 month ago was still vivid. Most people didn't dare kill people. They would kill their enemies, but when faced with the choice to kill, there would inevitably be some hesitation. Even if you were stronger than the opponent could use this hesitation to kill you. The 10 stowaways killed people without blinking and ate their hearts. This type of psychology, almost all players couldn't compete with it and would die. Tang Mo said, "In the beginning, it was a sneak attack. Later, they dared to openly kill people. They are getting stronger." The 2 people looked at each other and agreed. Eating people can increase their strength. Tang Mo opened the folder given by Luo Fengcheng and looked at the abilities of these 7 people. The attack group were the elites. Everyone was strong but they only had 20 people. Most of the people who saw the stowaways died. Luo Fengcheng took a long time before managing to collect information on 3 stowaways. The first man is called the Electric Man. He is the one who chased the 2 children. Luo Fengcheng explained. His real name isn't known and his ability involves lightning, so I call him the Electric Man. His electricity is so strong that he once destroyed a 5-story residential building. The cooldown of his ability is unknown. When he fought Jack, the shortest interval he used it was 32 seconds. After a pause, he added, "I specifically told Jack to remember the timing so 32 seconds is accurate." Tang Mo looked at the second person. Black Belt. The name was strange so Tang Mo looked at his ability. After seeing his ability, Tang Mo was even more stunned. Luo Fengcheng nodded. Yes, this Black Belt's ability is unknown. Every time he appears, he has a stowaway as a bodyguard and he uses a gun. His eyes are wrapped in a black silk ribbon so I called him Black Belt. But he isn't blind. Despite the thick black cloth, he could still walk normally. I suspect that his ability isn't offensive and is related to his eyes. It was a very strange ability. Tang Yamo looked at the third person. Luo Fengqing said, this person is the simplest. His nickname is Speed. His ability is to move fast, very fast. Tang Yamo asked, how fast? Luo Fengqing picked up a glass of water from the table. Tang Yamo hadn't reacted when Luo Fengqing quickly raised his right hand and smashed the cup against the wall. There was a bang as the ceramic cup shattered into countless small pieces and landed on the ground. Luo Fengqing turned. His speed is probably this fast. Tang Yamo fell into deep thought. Out of these three men, apart from the unknown black belt, the other two abilities were terrible. If there were more terrible people among the remaining four, then these seven powerful were absolutely dangerous and formidable enemies. The next morning, Tang Qiao led the little fatty to find Tang Yamo. The young woman in black had a cold expression as she said, he said he wants to tell you something. Tang Yamo looked at Tang Qiao, who quietly turned and left. Zhao Xiang stepped forward and said, Brother Yamo, I think I want to join the attack organization. Tang Yamo didn't object. He just asked, why? The little fatty looked serious. My ability isn't strong enough to protect me and my friends. My family is gone. Brother Mo, you don't know this, but when I left the school, I swore an oath. I want to protect all of my remaining friends, including Lu Qin, Shanshan and you. Tang Yamo didn't think of this. He looked at the little fatty who was staring at him seriously. If Uncle Jack hadn't come this time, Lu Qin would definitely be dead and I might have died. I thought I could grow up to protect everyone, but it seems the road is too difficult. Therefore, I want to join attack. Like them, I will constantly challenge instances and improve my strength to attack the Black Tower. The little fatty added. After I enter attack, they can teach me fighting skills and some tricks to play games. It is quite good. Tang Mo didn't want the little fatty to go through such a difficult and dangerous road. But looking at the firm expression on the little fatty's face, he didn't say any words of opposition. This was ultimate another's path. The little fatty was 16 years old and had his own judgment. After saying these, the little fatty added, oh yes, I almost forgot to say something. Brother Mo, I want to find Shanshan. This time something big happy. I think I should tell her to be careful of these people and to not worry about me and Lu Qin. This matter was more shocking than hearing that the little fatty wanted to join attack. You have a way to contact Qin Shanshan. The little fatty first shook his head and then nodded. When we left school, Shanshan said that phones and the internet can't be used anymore. Once we separate, it will be difficult to contact each other in the future. She said that if any of us wants to get in touch, we should go back to the school and shove a note under the podium of class 5. As long as people go back and see the note, we can find each other. Shanshan was a student of class 5. The little girl had thought very carefully and even had a location to hide things. But Shanshan should have already arrived in the countryside. The stowaways matter has spread through Shanghai, so they should be hiding. They won't go back to the school to read the note. But I still want to leave a message for her. If she doesn't go to the country, I hope she will come to us. It will be safer. In fact, the countryside wasn't safe. Yesterday, Tang Yamo heard Luo Fengqing say that the stowaways had slaughtered a village near Suzhou. Tang Yamo said, no, she will go back. The little fatty asked, why? You are Qin Shanshan's friend and want the strength to protect her. It is the same that you are her friend as well. Things couldn't be delayed. Tang Yamo wrote a letter and prepared to go to Shibei Middle School. The middle school was in the Jing'an district while attack's base was in the Pudong New area. With Tang Mo's current strength, he would be able to come back in the evening. Originally, the little fatty planned to go with him, but Tang Mo said, the stowaways know you. It isn't just you but everyone in the attack organization. Apart from Luo Fengqing who never went out. In their eyes, I am just an ordinary person living in this mall, a reserve player. There are a lot of players in this mall. Recently, many have left but there are still more than 80 people. If I go out alone, I will be a small target and it is likely that they won't pay attention to me at all. Tang Mo calmly said, no one knows if the stowaways have an arrangement outside the mall, waiting for you or any attack members. The little fatty listened to this and didn't follow. He drew a rough map of the school, telling Tang Mo where class 5 was and how to put the letter. At noon, Tang Mo grabbed a white sportswear outfit from a big.name sportswear store on the second floor of the mall, deliberately wrinkled it and put it on. He wore a black sports belt, running shoes and walked out the door of the mall. On the outside, he looked like a 19-year-old college freshman. Young and handsome, he wore sportswear and was ready to go exercise. Tang Mo's expression was very relaxed. When he was walking, he wasn't fast or slow and his footsteps were slightly frivolous. He left the mall and headed to a nearby factory area. According to what Tang Mo heard from Jack, there were several entrances to S.type instances in this factory area. It wasn't just members of the organization. Other players in the vicinity would often come here to enter the S.type instance and challenge the missions and monsters inside. Tang Mo circled 3 intersections and finally walked into a factory. There was the entrance to a S.type instance in this factory. Normal people would think he was going to challenge the instance. Tang Mo waited for half an hour before leaving the factory from the back door and going to Pudong. Along the way, he looked for remote paths, dark alleys and walked very fast. It was 3 in the afternoon when he walked to Jingyan District. Tang Mo found the path to Sherbei Middle School using his memory. His right hand touched the short iron fence of the school gate and jumped into the school. He used the map drawn by the little fatty and found the first teaching building. Before Chen Shanshan left, she closed all the security doors on the first floor of the teaching building. That way, if other people entered the school, whether they were enemies or friends, she would find out when returning to the school and could be prepared. Tang Mo used his palm to break the lock and pushed open the door. When he walked up the first floor staircase, he turned and gently closed the door. On the second floor, he found class 5. Tang Mo put the letter into the dark space below the podium and turned away. A young and handsome man wearing white sportswear. Tang Mo walked lightly down the stairs and towards the security door. He looked down at the position of the anti-theft door lock and then the bag he was carrying. There was silence on the campus. Only the wind blowing across the grounds and the stones rolling could be heard. Tang Mo placed his hand into his bag, as if to pull out something. In the empty teaching building, he stood alone on the first floor. He didn't push open the security door. He just stood in front of it, pulling something out from his bag. Tang Mo didn't seem to find it as he searched his bag for a long time. A minute later, he lowered his head and looked into his backpack, seemingly searching for something. The moment his head lowered, he suddenly opened a pink umbrella, blocking the big knife slamming down towards Tang Mo's head. The man with the knife was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly jumped onto the staircase's handrail before jumping. His body appeared 5 meters away. Transformation. Once the last word was spat out gently, Tang Mo's wrist moved and the small parasol opened on his shoulder. He looked up at the knife man standing on the second floor stairs. The man was 1.7 meters tall and had a knife scar 9 centimeters long that ran from the corner of the eye to the chin. He wore a black vest and held a long machete in his right hand. He was smiling as he looked at Tang Mo. How did you know I was here? Tang Mo looked at him coldly, fingers clasped on the handle of the small parasol. Intuition. The scarred man laughed. I don't believe in things like intuition. Tang Mo asked, why did you follow me? He had waited 30 minutes in the factory in order to prevent tracking. Following you. The scarred man looked at Tang Mo's body before finally his face. All of a sudden, his smile disappeared. I really hate that little white face. I can't kill him. So I will kill you. The moment his words ended, the figure of the scarred man disappeared from the stairwell. Tang Mo waved Grandmother Wolf's small parasol and blocked the left side of his body. The man's figure suddenly appeared on his left and the knife collided with the hard surface of the umbrella, causing sparks to fly from the metal collision. The other party hadn't expected Tang Mo to know where he was. After the knife was blocked, his eyes became more violent and he attacked faster. The shadow of the knife was dense and endless. Tang Mo found that resistance was increasingly difficult. He had guessed who this man was. This was Speed among the 7 stowaways. The man was faster than what Luo Fengqing said. Perhaps it was because after attack gained his information, he ate a player's heart and his ability improved. Tang Mo's physical fitness was strengthened and his dynamic vision had reached a fearful level. However, he still couldn't see the figure of the knife man and increasingly relied on the sound of wind to judge the man's next move. Just now, Tang Mo said that he discovered the man with his instincts and he hadn't lied. But it wasn't accurate either. He felt as if someone was following him, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't find anyone. If it was ordinary tracking, Tang Mo wouldn't have sensed it multiple times. In today's world, there were indeed some players who would follow and rob players of their resources. But the man had followed him all the way to the teaching building. When Tang Mo closed the security door of the teaching building, he quietly pulled out his own hair and placed it in the door. Once he finished putting the letter, his hair had fallen to the ground. Tang Mo couldn't be sure where the person who followed him was, but there was a 90% possibility that they were inside the teaching building and watching him. Therefore, he pretended to look for something in his bag. In fact, he was already holding Grandmother Wolf's small parasol and whispered the spell to use it. The scarred man saw Tang Mo bow his head to take something out and felt this was a good time for a sneak attack. Tang Mo opened the small parasol to block the attack and found the tracker. The scarred man used the narrow terrain of the staircase to constantly change positions, stepping on the wall and rushed at Tang Mo from all angles. Tang Mo's small parasol never closed. He could only keep it open as a shield. The scarred man didn't give him any time to breathe. His knife moved in a complete opposite direction and Tang Mo had no time to shift the small parasol. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed and a large stone appeared in front of Tang Mo, blocking the knife. The scarred man held his knife and suddenly understood. This power is the same as the little fatty yesterday. You are actually from attack. Tang Mo ignored him, found the opportunity to close the parasol and aimed the tip at the scarred man. The tip of the small parasol looked like ordinary plastic. It was round and not sharp at all. The scarred man didn't think much of it and slowly moved sideways to avoid it. He didn't expect the tip of the umbrella to move down his arm, cutting it and causing bleeding. The scarred man didn't dare to be careless. He screamed with anger, moved his right foot and disappeared onto the stairs again. Tang Mo and the scarred man acted on the stairs for a long time, the big knife and small parasol colliding again and again. Grandmother Wolf's small parasol was exactly as described. The surface was extremely hard and the knife couldn't pierce it. Meanwhile, the tip had strong attacking power. If Tang Mo used extreme force, he could stab through the wall. But the labor of division was clear. The umbrella's surface couldn't be used to attack and the tip couldn't be used for defense. It was unlike the big match which could be both offensive and defensive. If the big match hit the knife, then the knife would be broken. The scarred man gradually got the upper hand. Tang Mo wasn't a martial artist and couldn't catch up with his speed. He could only blindly resist. The knife slashed across Tang Mo's shoulder. Tang Mo made a humming sound and moved the umbrella. The scarred man quickly escaped, moving from the top of the stairs to the security door instantaneously. The scarred man stood in front of the security door at the bottom of the stairs while Tang Mo stood on the platform between the first and second floors. Tang Mo touched the wound on his shoulder and his hand became wet with blood. The wound was slowly healing but blood would flow for at least another minute. The scarred man sneered and didn't talk nonsense. He raised his knife and rushed towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo threw his small parasol towards the scarred man. The scarred man made a ridiculing expression and easily avoided the attack of the small parasol. He looked up at Tang Mo, only to see Tang Missouri place his hands on his hips and open his mouth, "Return my grandfather." The scarred man was forced to a corner. He could rush towards Tang Mo or turn to the security door and leave. When Tang Mo shouted this sentence, the man felt alarm. Something felt wrong and he wanted to run away. But as he tried to push open the security door, he found the small parasol jammed in the door lock position, firmly keeping the door closed. The umbrella was originally aiming for this door, not him. Uneasiness rose to the max in the scarred man's heart and he roared at Tang Mo, "I will slice you up." The next second, a hot fire burst from Tang Mo's mouth. The flames filled the entire staircase and the scarred man's voice and body was engulfed in the flames. Among the blazing yellow flames, a black figure walked painfully towards Tang Mo. He groaned and his speed became slower and slower. Finally, he fell on the sixth step and struggled to climb up out of the flame-covered area. However, he could no longer move. The "Goblin, Return My Grandfather" ability emitted 800 degrees Celsius flames for 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, a charred human-like object was on the ground, not moving. Tang Mo stopped blowing out the hot flames and stepped towards the burnt body of the scarred man. Just as he walked over, a knife suddenly appeared in the scarred man's right hand. The man used all his strength to stab up at Tang Mo. Tang Mo was on guard. A giant match appeared in his hand and smashed against the man's wrist. There was a loud sound and the burnt body part broke into two parts, landing on the ground. The scarred man's body was black, only his eyes were white. He opened his mouth and stared at Tang Mo, uttering the last sentence of his life. "Why don't you have .3 abilities?" The first ability, come and hit me, used a stone to block the knife. The second ability, Goblin, Return My Grandfather, burned the man who had no way to escape. The third ability, I have a worse spiritual field than a protagonist, pulled the big match out of thin air and finally destroyed the scarred man's last hope. Tang Mo looked at the desperate and in pain man and didn't answer. He just raised the big match and directly smashed the man in the skull. This year, who would pick a just and honorable duel? Tang Mo no longer looked at the body of the scarred man. He went to the security door and pulled out the small parasol. His bag had been burned along with the scarred man. Fortunately, he hadn't brought anything in it apart from the small parasol. Tang Mo took the small parasol and left the school. At the same time, 100 kilometers away in Suzhou, a black off-road vehicle left the Suzhou toll station exit of the Beijing-Shanghai Expressway and slowly entered Suzhou. The city was quiet. The black-haired man sat in the driver's seat and drove with one hand, seemingly careless as his sharp eyes glanced around the empty city. He drove to the downtown commercial street, got off his car and found a bookstore, grabbing a map of Suzhou to Shanghai. After doing all of this, he opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. He glanced at the map before placing it down on the passenger seat. The atmosphere of the car was quiet. Then there was silver flash as a dagger stabbed from behind the man in black, piercing through the cushion of the driver's seat towards the back of the man's neck. The sharp tip of the knife got closer and closer to skin. The moment it was about to stab through, there was the sound of a metallic impact. The bald man who initiated the surprise attack was shocked. He saw that the soft skin that the dagger had aimed for had suddenly turned into silver steel. The bald man sighed and waved his right hand. Suddenly, there were countless sharp weapons in his hand. He aimed these weapons at the man in black. The latter didn't move, just raising one hand. The warm sunset came in through the front window of the car, showing the hand that had turned into a black triangular cone-shaped weapon. The man in black waved his arm and the dozens of knives smashed through the window out onto the road. The bald Ma's face was horrified and he turned to open the door. But just as his hand touched the door handle, a cold hand grabbed his neck. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the other person. Fu Wenduo looked indifferently at him. His fingers moved and there was a sharp sound as the bald man's head was twisted off his shoulders. Fu Wenduo threw the body of the sneak attacker onto the road. He stood in the once prosperous commercial street and looked at the setting sun. This was Suzhou. Suzhou was a bit wrong. The author has something to say. Old Fu. My wife killed the bad guy in Shanghai. I solved the problem in Suzhou. Perfect China's good husband. Tang tang. I heard that your ability seems to be turning your body to metal. Can every part of your body be turned to metal? Hashtag can't bear it. Hashtag I want to apply for a change. Hashtag chapter end. Chapter 36. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Before Tang Mo left the middle school, he returned to class 5 to see if his letter to Qin Shanshan was still under the podium. Sure enough, the letter had disappeared. The man must have quickly followed him into the classroom and taken the letter. It was likely that the letter had been burned in the fire. Tang Mo rewrote the letter and placed it in the dark space. He returned to the mall in the Pudong New area at the fastest sped and found Luo Fengqing talking to Tang Qiao and Jack. Tang Mo looked at those two people before turning to Luo Fengqing. He said in a calm voice, "Just now, I killed Speed." Jack and Tang Qiao were startled. A trace of surprise also flashed on Luo Fengqing's face. He quickly looked at Tang Mo's shoulder and frowned. "Are you injured?" Tang Mo nodded. "It was cut by Speed. Let Tang Qiao take you to the operating room to sew it up. I will tell Jack some things first and then talk to you later." Tang Mo had no objections. The knife had cut so deeply that it almost split Tang Mo's shoulder bone. His white sportswear had long been stained with blood. Due to his strong physique, the bleeding had stopped but the wound was still split open. It might take half a month to completely heal if it wasn't sewn up. Tang Mo sat on the operating bed and took his shirt off halfway. The young woman in a black dress took a suture needle out of the cupboard and sanitized it slightly on the alcohol lamp. The wound was first washed with an alcohol cotton swab before it was sewn up. There was a sharp tingling sensation from the wound. Tang Mo slightly frowned and his lips thinned. "I will try to be as light as possible," Tang Qiao said. "Your physical fitness is very good. In attack, there is probably no more than 5 members better than you." Tang Mo's ability wasn't a body strengthening type. It was rare to have such good physical fitness. He gently hummed and didn't answer Tang Qiao. After 5 minutes of sewing, Tang Qiao said, "You are an official player. If there is no incident, your injury should recover in 3 days." Tang Mo got dressed to find Luo Fengqing, while Tang Qiao packed up the things in the operating room. Just as Tang Mo was about to leave the operating room, a cold voice rang out from behind him. "Thank you." Tang Mo stopped and looked back. Under the bright light Tang Qiao had her head bowed over the operating table. There was no expression on her pretty face as she meticulously put the things back in the cupboard. "A week ago, Nia Fei and I were ambushed by 3 stowaways. One of them was Speed. So. Thank you." He could escape but he let Tang Qiao go first. Tang Mo thought about what Luo Fengqing once said. Then he told her, "No. I killed him. It wasn't just for Nia Fei." Tang Qiao put the needle away with small actions and Tang Mo left the operating room. He walked towards the 3rd floor office. Jack was no longer present. Only Luo Fengqing was waiting for Tang Mo in the room. He gave Tang Mo a glass of water and a pill. Tang Mo looked at him strangely. He laughed. It is an ordinary anti-inflammatory drug. After all, the medical conditions are very poor. What if you get an infection? Tang Yamo said, with my physical fitness, there isn't a problem as long as the wound is sewn up. Better to be safe than sorry. Tang Yamo put the medicine aside. Luo Fengqing didn't press and the two people talked about the death of Speed. Tang Yamo told things simply, skipping over his 3 different abilities and 2 props that killed Speed. Luo Fengqing pondered for a moment after hearing the story and muttered, sure enough, they are stalking the mall. But why did Speed follow you? There are at least 30 players who go in and out of the mall every day. But he only stared at you. Did he find out you have something to do with attack? Luo Fengqing's face was suddenly serious. If he knew about the relationship between Tang Yamo and attack, it meant the stowaways had an intelligence source within the attack organization. The first possibility was that they sneaked into the mall and weren't discovered by attack. They kept careful watch on attack's every move. The second possibility was that there was a traitor in the organization who secretly contacted the stowaways. Both of these possibilities were very deadly. Tang Yamo recalled what happened. No, he shouldn't have discovered my relationship with attack. He followed me for other reasons. Tang Yamo asked, do you know if there is a gluttonous among the 7 people? https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/taotai, Luo Fengqing said, I don't know the names of the 7 people. I just gave nicknames to Speed, the Electric Man and Black Belt. According to Speed, there was a little white-faced person called Gluttonous who he didn't like. He couldn't kill this person so he followed me to take it out on me. It is like this. The 2 people were completely tangled in the problem of Tang Yamo and Whiteface. Tang Yamo continued talking. Speed really doesn't like this person. But he said that he can't kill him. In my short time with him, he isn't the type of person who won't do something because a person is a colleague. Luo Fengqing agreed. The 7 stowaways aren't very united. Otherwise, they wouldn't act separately once they are strong enough. The reason Speed didn't confront Gluttonous was because Gluttonous was stronger than him. There was a total of 5 men and 2 women. If he had to say if any of them looked like Little White Face, he would say there were 2. Tang Yamo asked, which 2? The first one is a 25-year-old young man whose ability is unknown. Yi Yuanzi met him 4 days ago. The 2 people fought but the other person left without paying attention to Yi Yuanzi. The man is pretty good. He wears a pair of glasses and has a very gentle appearance. Tang Yamo thought about it. It is very likely his age will match mine. And the remaining one? Luo Fengqing explained. It is someone you know. Black Belt. It is him. Tang Yamo frowned. Black Belt is around 17 or 18 years old. His eyes are covered so I'm no good at judging his age. But after the blindfold, he really can be regarded as a little white face. Luo Fengqing said, if there was a little white face among the 7 people, it will be among the 2. The 2 people analyzed Gluttonous. Tang Yamo said, this name isn't a real name. The nickname is either related to the ability or personality. In terms of appearance and age, the possibility of the black belt being him isn't great. It should be another person. The 2 people agreed. Then Luo Fengqing introduced Tang Yamo to attack's next arrangements. We can't be blindly defensive. The enemies have lost 1 person and they only have 6 left. The electric man's arm was cut off by the little fatty and his combat power has fallen. Luo Fengqing spoke in a solemn tone as he stared at Tang Yamo, this is a rare opportunity. Tang Yamo asked, is there a difficult S.type instance nearby? Do you want to challenge the instance to improve your strength and prepare for later? Tang Yamo nodded. He was now on the front line with the attack organization. In front of a smart person, he didn't have to say anything. From the moment Tang Yamo came to Pudong to find attack instead of leaving Shanghai, he had already expressed his position. He would do the right thing regarding the stowaways. At present, Attack was Shanghai's most powerful organization. The biggest goal of the 7 stowaways was Attack, and they were the best way of dealing with the stowaways. Luo Fengqing said, Yi Yuanza and Jack broke through the S1 instance last week. The most difficult one left is the S2 instance. Tomorrow, I will let Jack take you there. No matter who passes the instance, it is a good thing for us. Tang Yamo left Luo Fengqing's office. He found a business car in the corner of the second floor and lay down to rest. In the dark compartment, he turned on the flashlight and turned to the last page of his abilities book. Ability. A fast man, owner. Liang Chao, stowaway, type. 4-dimensional, function. Speed beyond time. Level. 3, restrictions. The maximum movement speed can reach the speed of sound. When using the ability, it speeds up the body's metabolism and reduces life. Note. A very fast man. No matter what aspect, he is very fast. Tang Yamo version usage instructions. Can only be used 3 times a day. Each time lasts up to 30 seconds. When using the ability, lifespan is reduced by double. Within 24 hours of using the ability, the negative effect of a fast man will apply and you will become very fast in some aspect. Tang Yamo is already very fast. It is estimated that he will be faster in the future. He wasn't fast at all. Tang Yamo cried out in his heart. This ability was playing with him. More than just playing with him, it was fast. Just fast, there was no doubt that this ability was extremely powerful. If Tang Yamo could reach the speed of sound, he had a chance to escape when facing the enemy. However, his life would be consumed when using the ability. This ability increased the speed of the user, rather than separating the user's time flow rate from the outside world. When using the ability, Tang Yamo would feel that time had become extremely long. Someone's blink of an eye was a few seconds for him. Therefore, in the eyes of others, he was naturally very fast and couldn't be captured with the naked eye. For example, this ability reached the speed of sound, which was 340 meters per second. Normal adults ran at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour, which was less than 2.8 meters per second. Then once Tang Yamo used the power, his time flow rate became 120 times that of others. Other people spend a second, he spent 120 seconds. This ability lasted up to 30 seconds, which was 3,600 seconds or 60 minutes. If his life was reduced by double, then Tang Yamo had lost 2 hours of his life. If he used the ability in a crazy manner, then he would prematurely die. The Tang Yamo version usage instructions seem to restrict him from using this ability. In fact, to a certain extent, he couldn't rely too much on this ability. He didn't want to be dragged to death by this ability. And looking at the phrase, a certain aspect will become very fast for 24 hours, in the abilities book, Tang Yamo felt that he didn't want to use it. Or if he used the ability every day, he would become very fast every day. For the first time since the Earth went online, Tang Yamo shuddered. He closed his eyes and went to sleep quickly. 10 days later, Luo Fengqing's tired face showed joy for the first time. Tang Yamo entered his office and listened to the difficult to conceal emotions. We found their hiding place. Tang Mo's heart tightened. Where? Not far from here. A movie theater in Puxi. For more than half a month, the stowaways had been hiding in the dark. From time to time, they would assassinate some official players and reserve players, while sneak attacking members of the attack group. In addition, they didn't show a loss of power after Tang Yamo killed Speed. They ate a lot of players' hearts and secretly improved. Time waited for no one. Attack finally found their trail. Luo Fengqing opened a map of Shanghai and pointed to a building near Nanjing Road. Tang Yamo was astonished since he knew this place. Upstairs of Madame Tussauds Wax Museum. Luo Fengqing nodded. Yes, there is a movie theater. 2 days ago, Jack and Tang Qiao found the electric man and wounded him. After following him, they found that he entered this place and never left. There are many exits, but this is the first place the electric man went to after he was injured. There is a 9 out of 10 chance that it is their base. Tang Yimou speculated, the theater is a good place for people. Luo Fengqing said, but the theater is also a good place to sneak into. The two people looked at each other. Then Tang Yimou asked, when will you start? 3 days later. Luo Fengqing explained. 3 days later in the evening, Shanghai will have a heavy storm. It is rare to have such a rainstorm in December and there will be no lightning. It is a good chance for us to sneak in. There was a door on the door and Tang Yimou and Luo Fengqing looked over. Tang Qiao stood at the door. There is someone looking for you. She was looking at Tang Yimou. Tang Yimou asked, looking for me? Tang Qiao nodded and moved her body to the side, revealing 2 little girls standing at the door. Tang Yimou asked with surprise, Chen Shanshan. They were Chen Shanshan and Xiao Feifei. The author has something to say. One day, Tang Tang used the a fast man ability. The same night, old Fu. Wife equals 3 equals kiss equals 3 equals kiss equals 3 equals Tang Tang, cold face, no kiss, get lost. Old Fu, what is wrong with my wife? Tang Tang, inwardly upset face, the troubles of coming too early that you don't understand, whine. Chapter 37. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Suzhou Park, a large shopping mall. A short middle-aged woman quickly ran between stores. Her right hand was cut off at the wrist and blood was pouring out like a waterfall from the flat cut. While running, she constantly waved around her intact left hand. As she waved, the tables and chairs in the stores on both sides floated and smashed behind her. Bang bang. A black triangular-shaped sharp weapon moved and the goods were cut in half the moment the sharp blade touched them. The man in black chased behind her very quickly and the middle-aged woman's eyes were full of crazy colors. She yelled loudly, using her ability to throw more things at Fu Wenduo. Every time her ability was used, her face became redder, like an inflated balloon that could explode at any time. The two people ran one after the other, reaching the supermarket on the ground floor of the mall and chasing through the tool supplies area. The woman's eyes brightened as she saw the sharp knives around her, throwing the knives at the man behind her. Fu Wenduo's face didn't change as he avoided these kitchen knives. His body reacted very quickly. Sometimes the knife shot by his body while sometimes it was waved away by his hand. However, there were still too many knives. A fruit knife cut the right side of his face, blood drops flying through the air. This was Fu Wenduo's first injury. The woman excitedly used the ability to lift the counter of the supermarket. But just as she controlled the floating movement of the counter, the man approached her in the blink of an eye. You. The sharp weapon didn't give the woman a chance to speak and directly pierced her throat. Her mouth dropped open as she looked at the person who killed her. It seemed that she couldn't understand why this person was so fast. Like her companion who went to Shanghai, she almost couldn't capture his movements with the naked eye. The middle-aged woman crashed down and in the slightly open mouth, there was some residual human flesh between her teeth. Fu Wenduo shook his right arm and the sharp weapon became a normal right hand again. After confirming that the woman had died, he looked around before walking out of the supermarket. Then he drove off in an off-road vehicle. These days, heavy black clouds pressed heavily on the earth. Fu Wenduo grabbed the steering wheel with one hand and the map with the other hand, finding the highway. On his right cheek, the shallow gash started to heal. A few minutes passed and it returned to its original appearance, his skin as smooth as ever. After Fu Wenduo went away, 2 male and 1 female looked at each other while trembling outside the supermarket. They grabbed each other's hands and cheered themselves up. The man said he would kill those murderers. He must have killed them. Yes, he is gone. He must have killed those people. The two people said this as if they were looking for an excuse and bravely entered the supermarket. They walked among the shelves in the supermarket, his legs shaking. Their eyes slowly widened and they saw the woman's body lying next to the counter. After the excitement, there were tears of joy. The young men and the woman held each other. She died, revenge for Lulu. Shanghai, Pudong New Area. Tang Yamo didn't expect to meet this little girl so soon. 10 days ago, Tang Yamo ventured to Shirbei Middle School and left a message for the little girl under the podium. 10 days later, Chen Shanshan came. Tang Yamo asked, "Did you see the letter that I left and came looking for me?" The short-haired girl was very mature. She replied earnestly, "Yes. Brother Tang, 3 days ago, I went to school with Feifei and saw the letter you left. However, this mall is a bit hard to find. Recently, the actions of the stowaways have occurred more frequently in Shanghai. You and the stowaways group are enemies. It took a little effort to come here and we couldn't head here directly. Thus, it took some time." Luo Fengcheng looked at Tang Yamo. "You told the children about attack and the stowaways organization." Tang Yamo shook his head. "No. I just said that the little fatty and I are currently with an abilities organization." Luo Fengcheng made a soft sound at the words and looked at Chen Shanshan with eyes that contained curiosity and inquiry. Xiao Feifei left first to find Zhao Ziang, while Tang Yamo talked with Chen Shanshan in a corner of the underground parking lot. "Did they save Zhao Ziang and Lu Chen?" Chen Shanshan asked. Tang Yamo replied, "Yes. I met a member of this organization and came to him half a month ago to understand the situation with the stowaways organization. Little Fatty happened to encounter them and was saved by them." Chen Shanshan nodded. He hadn't seen here for a month and this little girl had become smarter. Tang Yamo could no longer get Chen Shanshan's ability to see what her current level was, but this girl was truly much smarter than she was a month ago. Tang Yamo only said that he and Zhao Ziang were with an abilities organization. If Chen Shanshan wanted to find them, she could come over. With just this, Chen Shanshan speculated that this organization and the stowaways group might be enemies. First of all, Tang Yamo had mentioned when leaving Shirbei Middle School that after finding his friend, he would return to Suzhou. The fact that Tang Yamo stayed in Shanghai indicated that he must have something to do. It was most likely to deal with the stowaways group. In addition, the little fatty had gone west. The reason why Chen Shanshan turned back was because she was worried about the little fatty. According to Chen Shanshan's warning, Zhao Ziang wouldn't be in contact with people and wouldn't appear in an abilities organization for no reason. There was a 9 out of 10 chance that Zhao Ziang had been in distress and the abilities organization saved him. The most dangerous thing in Shanghai right now were the stowaways. The abilities organization opposed the stowaways and would naturally be their enemy. Tang Yamo had a thought. "Didn't you have another companion? Why are there only 2 of you?" His home wasn't far from school. His parents were gone, but once he went home, he saw his uncle. "His uncle is still alive, so he separated from us?" Chen Shanshan asked. "Brother Tang, why do you want to kill those stowaways?" Tang Yamo explained. "If I don't kill them, they will continue to kill more people in Shanghai, including us. The dark corpse I encountered on the stairs of the school.is at a stowaway. Yes, he followed me to your school. Then how many stowaways are left?" "There are 6 more. Only one of the stowaways' abilities are very clear. The other 5 abilities are temporarily unknown." Tang Yamo told Chen Shanshan about the current situation. But before long, the little fatty confirmed that the 2 students had come and excitedly rushed over. The 4 teenagers gathered in a tax operating room to talk about their experiences in the last month. Tang Mo left the operating room and went to the S4 instance with Jack. 4 days ago, they cleared the S4 instance and received the mission reward. Unfortunately, this mission reward didn't have much value and couldn't play a role in dealing with the stowaways. Today, they wanted to pass the S4 instance. When Tang Mo returned to the parking lot in the evening, the little fatty was waving his injured arm and vividly presenting the scene of his heroic rescue to the two female students. Xiao Feifei was amused while Chen Shanshan was quite calm and asking about Lu Chen's injury. The sky was getting darker. The weather had become colder in the past few days and a cold front was coming from the north. The biting wind blew against a person's face like a knife. Even reserve players could resist this type of cold. After the Earth went online, humans were no longer afraid of the temperature dropping. But this wind and the cold air was likely to carry a heavy rain. Luo Fengcheng said there would be heavy rain in 3 days and this was the best time to attack the stowaways group. Tang Mo couldn't see why it wouldn't rain on this day. The night before, he found Luo Fengcheng and asked, "How will you attack?" Luo Fengcheng took out a hand-drawn architectural plan. There are 3 glass elevators in the mall. The southernmost, northernmost, and center of the mall have one each. The cinema is on the 12th floor of the mall. There was a total of 25 people in the attack organization. However, there were only 10 members with strong offensive abilities, including the injured little fatty. Tang Mo listened to Luo Fengcheng's plan and nodded in agreement. Finally, he said, he is either more powerful than the others or a very important person. Luo Fengcheng, who do you think Gluttonous is? Luo Fengcheng pondered for a moment. The possibility of it being black belt is 40% and the possibility of the other man is 60%. Tang Mo had no objections. He walked out of Luo Fengcheng's office. All members needed to rest well tonight. The next night, 10 of them and Tang Mo would go to Puxi to sneak attack the 6 stowaways. Tang Mo didn't immediately return to his car. He found a little girl alone outside the operating room. Tang Mo got straight to the point. "Shanshan, I have one thing that I want to hear your opinion on." "What is it?" "Among the remaining 6 stowaways, there is one with the nickname of Gluttonous. We don't know who he is. There are 2 options. One is a 25-year-old young man who fought with a member of the attack organization a month ago. He didn't participate much in the conflict and turned to flee." Tang Mo briefly summarized it. The other is a 17-year-old boy. His ability is unknown. He has a long black ribbon tied around his eyes but he isn't blind. Every time he appears, he is followed by a stowaway who appears to be his bodyguard. Tang Mo looked at Chen Shanshan. "Who do you think Gluttonous is?" Chen Shanshan thought for a long time before asking, "Who is it? Is it important? I want to prevent every possible variable." "I think it is the second person." Tang Mo asked, "Why?" "There is so little information that it is impossible to guess who Gluttonous is. But I have a hunch that it is him." Chen Shanshan looked up. "Sorry brother Tang. I really can't determine the truth with this much information. I can only say that my intuition says it is him." Tang Mo said, "That is enough." Tang Mo looked at the students in the operating room before returning to the business car where he lived these days. He opened the abilities book to Chen Shanshan's page. Restrictions. The upper limit of the judgment accuracy is 50% and physical improvements is 0%. The upper limit to the judgment accuracy was 50%. This didn't mean that when Chen Shanshan analyzed something, there was a 50% correct rate. Rather, in the face of any unknown problem, she didn't have to analyze it. There was a 50% chance that her guess would be correct. Of course, this was the upper limit. The lower limit was still unknown. But this was already very terrible. Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng felt that Gluttonous was more likely to be the young man but Tang Mo decided to believe in Chen Shanshan's intuition. He reached out and drew a circle on the ground. The next afternoon, the 10 members of Attack and Tang Mo were organized into 6 groups. After disguising themselves, they left the mall in turn. They didn't go all the way until 5 o'clock, meeting near Nanjing Road. The sky was dark and dark clouds covered the sky. Tang Mo was hiding in a fast food restaurant opposite the building, watching the sky silently. The thick clouds accumulated heavily and a terrible darkness devoured the world. There was no electricity and no lights, making the world dark. As Luo Fengqing said, for hours later at 9 in the evening, heavy drops of rain fell against KFC's glass. Crash! The rain poured down and the huge raindrops hit the ground. The rain curtain was like fog, making this once bustling commercial street hazier. In the heavy rain, 10 figures ran at a very fast speed towards the commercial building containing the stowaways. After entering the mall, the 10 people glanced at each other, nodded lightly and separated. Attack's 9 people separated into 3 groups and walked up 3 safe staircases towards the 12th floor. Tang Mo was alone and headed up the last safe staircase. The sound of the rain echoed through the empty mall, masking their footsteps. In 5 minutes, the 10 people arrived at the 12th floor. They hid in the darkness and couldn't see each other. Tang Mo stepped lightly and carefully entered the theater. He counted the seconds with his heartbeat, trying to speed up his search for enemies hiding in the theater. Tang Mo was walking towards the door of the 4th screening hall when he suddenly stopped. He placed his ear to the door of the 4th screening hall and listened carefully to the movement inside. Tang Mo closed his eyes, his mind depicting an image of the theater that Luo Fengqing drew for all of them. Once all his attention was placed on listening, he heard his heartbeat go thump-thump. Then there was very faint breathing. Tang Mo's brow tightened as he heard a voice. They should be sitting in the front rows. The first 4 rows. The first 4 rows were the most central. The sound of breathing was very heavy. It was likely that it was a man. Tang Mo counted the time in his mind. 1100, 1101.1198, 1199 seconds. 1200 seconds. Tang Mo took out the small parasol, quickly spoke the spell and kicked open the door to the 4th screening hall. He rushed towards the stowaway sitting in the middle of the 3rd row. As he attacked, he heard the sound of 3 attacks coming from 3 other directions. The chaos suddenly began. Tang Mo's sneak attack seemed to have a miraculous effect. The other side seemed to be resting and didn't react to his arrival, as Tang Mo's umbrella pierced this person's shoulder. As there was the sound of a bone breaking, the man cried out painfully, "Who is it? I'll kill you." There was a rustling sound in the air. Tang Mo's ears pricked and he moved to the right to avoid it. The sound went through the position where he had just been. Then it turned and wrapped around his right wrist. "Lightning, turn on the light." There was a loud female voice from the hall next door. Bang, a dazzling flash of lightning filled the corridor of the theater, like a high-wattage lamp was suddenly turned on. The light was pervasive, making each hall dimly lit up. Thanks to this light, Tang Mo and the stowaway could clearly see each other. A man with glasses. Tang Mo's heart thumped. The young man's right hand was holding a long rubber rope, while the other end of it was bound around Tang Mo's wrist. His left hand was in a strange posture. It was clear that he couldn't move it due to the broken shoulder bone. Tang Mo and the glasses man looked at each other before reacting. Tang Mo raised the small parasol and opened it. The glasses man waved his right hand and the seemingly soft rubber rope pulled at Tang Mo, throwing him into the air and smashing him into the ground. Tang Mo immediately placed the umbrella's body against the ground. Once he was thrown to the ground, the top of the small parasol pressed against it and Tang Mo was bounced back into the air. Due to the pain, the glasses man's eyes were blurred as they stared at Tang Mo. He constantly swung the rubber rope, throwing Tang Mo against the ceiling, ground and 4 walls of the ceiling. Tang Mo used the small parasol to change directions and block the attacks. The small parasol bent and distorted again and again, protecting Tang Mo from being smashed against the wall. As the glasses man once again flung him against the ceiling, Tang Mo suddenly moved the umbrella and slammed the tip of the umbrella into the wall. The glasses man was stunned. The small parasol was stuck in the ceiling by Tang Mo and he hung from the corner of the ceiling. One hand was entangled in the rubber rope while the other hand held the small parasol. Both feet were pressed to the wall, confronting the glasses man standing on the ground. "Come to me." The glasses man screamed and pulled the rubber rope. Tang Mo's right hand was pulled forward by him, while his left hand gripped the small parasol to steady himself. The two people was in a confrontation situation. Then the glasses man blinked, his fingers moved and another rubber rope flew out of his palm and grabbed Tang Mo's other hand. Meanwhile, Tang Mo stood in the corner of the ceiling and opened his mouth. He took a deep breath and spat out. Boom! A strong stream of air flowed from Tang Mo's mouth. The glasses man's second rubber rope was wrapped around Tang Mo's hand holding the small parasol. The surprise on his face lasted a second before his eyes opened wide and he turned to flee with horror. But in this small hall, the storm quickly swept through everything. The level 8 hurricanes rattled the seats and the glasses man was in the center of the storm. He was blown away by the strong wind and slammed directly into the big screen. The wind was still going on. A powerful storm blew through the center of the auditorium, touching the wall and returning to Tang Mo. Tang Mo was now in a very ingenious position. He had been waiting for a chance when he could return the rubber rope to the glasses man. It was a chance to suppress the other person tied to him. He was currently in a corner of the theater. The storm blew out and the glasses man was pressed against the big screen. Once the wind hit the wall and was blown back to Tang Mo, the force pressed him into the ceiling corner. He couldn't be pulled out by the glasses man and he also wouldn't fall down due to the storm. However, the glasses man was a stowaway and managed to react. He pressed his right hand on the big screen and stood up a little. As long as he stood up, he could walk. He gritted his teeth and glared at Tang Mo, walking towards him step by step. The level 8 wind would only have a certain impact on the ability and it had a surprise effect. It was impossible to use it to defeat the stowaway. The glasses man gripped the rubber rope in his hand. The two ropes became extremely thin due to the sudden long distance pulling and it was extremely strong, helping the glasses man pull Tang Mo's wrist. The glasses man used the rope to walk forward in the wind. He had a crazy smile on his lips. He was no longer affected by this wind. If he was given another half a minute, he would be able to catch Tang Mo and directly stop this wind ability. From beginning to end, it was only 10 seconds. The swallow energy from far away like a tiger ability lasted for 1 minute and could only be used twice a day. Tang Mo calmly watched the glasses man walk step by step towards him. He gripped the handle of the small parasol and twisted his wrist slightly. The next moment, Tang Mo suddenly closed his mouth and the powerful storm in the screening hall suddenly disappeared. The glasses man looked startled. But in the blink of an eye, he understood why Tang Mo gave up using the power. The stretched-out rubber rope suddenly shrank due to the dissipation of pressure. The glasses man was pulled straight to Tang Mo by this. Tang Mo also pulled the small parasol out of the ceiling, letting the rubber rope pull himself to the glasses man. After half a second, the two men collided in the air. The sharp tip of the small parasol pierced the glasses man's chest and extended out the back. The two men fell to the ground with a bang. Tang Mo pulled out the small parasol that pierced the glasses man's heart and used it to break the rubber ropes tying him. He leaned over and made sure that the man was died. Then he picked up the parasol and walked out of the fourth screening hall. In the dimly lit movie theater, 3 bodies lay in the corridor. One was a member of Attack and his body showed traces of being burned with flames. The other 2 were stowaways. Tang Mo also found 3 bodies in another 2 screening halls. 2 were members of attack and 1 was a stowaway. Now 4 stowaways and 3 attack members were killed. All 3 members showed traces of being burned by flames. There were 2 stowaways left. Tang Mo's heart tightened and he quickly walked out of the theater. As he looked up, he saw a tall young woman with short hair kicking Jack with 1 foot. Meanwhile, her right hand waved and a red flame slammed straight into Jack. Careful! Tang Mo hurriedly reached out and a rubber rope flew out, wrapping around Jack's waist. Tang Mo moved his wrist and pulled Jack to him. The light in the mall was extremely dark. The young woman didn't see that Tang Mo had just the ability he just obtained from the glasses man. She stood at the glass railing of the 12th floor and watched Tang Mo warily. Tang Mo looked down. There were 5 people laying on the ground. In addition to Jack, Tang Xiao and the others were on the ground. Not only were there burn marks, there were also other wounds and they had lost their combat effectiveness. Jack's chest was burned black by the flames. After he was rescued, he stood up in order to fight again. Tang Mo stopped him. She is alone. Did she make you like this? Kak replied. She alone made me like this. When Tang Xiao came, the other 3 were already injured from the other stowaways. Tang Mo nodded and whispered a spell in a low voice. Then he opened the small parasol of Grandmother Wolf. The heavy rain slammed against the glass windows of the mall, making a loud sound. Tang Mo held the small parasol and calmly looked at this short-haired woman. The latter also looked at him coldly. Once the distance between the 2 of them was only 10 meters, a hoarse male voice whispered, "Be careful. His ability is the strongest." Tang Mo's heart jumped with surprise. He discovered that behind the short-haired woman, a blindfolded youth stood in the darkness, quietly looking at him. It was clear that the other person's eyes were covered with a black cloth, but Tang Mo felt a sharp gaze on his body, as if his secrets were being seen through. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed and the next morning, he violently rushed towards the blindfolded youth. Flames formed a wall of fire and blocked his way. Your opponent is me. Tang Mo opened the small parasol to block the fire dragon that pounced on him. The flames spread out on both sides of the parasol. Tang Mo held the umbrella in his hand. Suddenly, he raised his other hand and blocked the back of his neck. The short-haired woman punched Tang Mo's hand. She turned 2 times and landed stably. Tang Mo put away the small parasol and looked at the other person. The 2 people stared at each other for a moment before acting. The short-haired woman waved her hands and hot flames rushed towards Tang Mo. She had strong fighting skills. Under the intense and aggressive attacks, Tang Mo could only use the small parasol to defend against these strong physical qualities. As more flames moved towards Tang Mo's eyes, Tang Mo rolled backwards and avoided the flames. The short-haired woman took the opportunity to sweep her legs. Tang Mo hurriedly propped himself up with his hand and escaped from the leg. He hadn't yet recovered when the short-haired woman aimed a fist at Tang Mo, who raised his arms to block. He was struck by the powerful force and his back cracked the glass railing on the 12th floor, falling down from the 12th floor. Jack cried out, "Tang Mo!" Tang Mo fell from the 12th floor. He raised his parasol and slammed the tip of the parasol into the glass elevator in the center of the mall. The glass was broken. Tang Mo borrowed this force and slowed down as he reached the 8th floor. Then a loud noise was heard and all the glass of the elevator was broken. Tang Mo's foot touched the steel structure of the elevator and he returned to the 12th floor. The sight that welcomed him was raging fire. Tang Mo didn't dare be careless. He used swallow energy from far away like a tiger to blow away all the flames. After the flames spread out, the woman's fist slammed towards him. Tang Mo couldn't avoid it and there was a sharp sound as his nasal bone broke. Since the earth went online, this was the most powerful enemy that Tang Mo had met. Her ability was strong and more importantly, her fighting skills were too powerful. All of Tang Mo's movements were seen by her, as if he was a child playing. She easily resolved it and cornered Tang Mo again and again. With her terrible fighting skills, if she had the speed instead of the fire ability, then even 100 Tang Mo's wouldn't be able to fight her. This woman's fire ability was clearly stronger than Tang Mo's, returned my grandfather. Swallow energy from far away like a tiger had already been used twice today and couldn't be used anymore. Tang Mo only had 2 aggressive abilities. His brain moved quickly as he thought about what to do. At the same time, the woman's fist wrapped in blazing flames aimed at Tang Mo. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed and a huge stone appeared in front of him, smashing into the woman's fist. Tang Mo no longer hesitated. He realized that he wasn't this woman's opponent at all. Is this your ability? The woman was surprised as she realized. Your ability isn't the wind. The moment that the woman spoke, Tang Mo's body showed a faint silver color. Time gradually stopped. In the quiet and dark mall, Jack and Tang Xiao looked at Tang Mo with worry. Jack said, "Be careful," but he only said the first word. The young woman's fist stopped in midair and her eyes twitched, as if she had discovered something. She tried to reach out and created flames in front of her. However, this wasn't a narrow school stairwell. Tang Mo had a choice of directions. Tang Mo appeared behind the woman and the sharp parasol tip pierced her back. Time returned to normal and no one saw how Tang Mo suddenly moved behind the woman. Even the woman squinted and looked in front of her with disbelief. Blood flowed from the wound on her forehead, running down her nose and slipping into her mouth. The side effect of using this ability went beyond consuming life. For these short 2 seconds, Tang Mo had consumed 4 minutes of his life. At the same time, he found that he was weak and not in the best state. If he had to fight this woman again, he would probably be killed. He took a few deep breaths to restore his strength and drew back his umbrella. The woman fell to the ground. Her eyes gradually blurred, but just before the focus was about to leave, she slammed her hand into the ground. Tang Mo was surprised and immediately turned to look at the blindfolded boy hiding in the darkness. A tall wall of fire rose up between him and the youth. The young man's brow was shrouded with a faint black energy. He turned and ran. Tang Mo hurried to chase but the fire wall stopped him. As Tang Mo broke through the fire wall, he saw the youth running at full speed and smashing through the glass window of the building. He didn't want to die. He wanted to jump to the building next door. Tang Mo rushed to catch up. But in the dark rain, a small fat youth stood quietly on the roof of the opposite building. The blindfolded youth saw the little fatty but it was too late. A tiny nail pierced between his eyebrows. The youth fell on the roof of the building and blood quickly flowed to the ground, washed away by the heavy rain. Tang Mo jumped to the roof of the building and found that the youth was dead. He looked at the person in front of him. "Little fatty, how are you here?" They had a total of 11 people but the little fatty was still injured. Tang Mo decided to have him stay in the fast food restaurant, ready to respond at any time. Zhao Xiang wiped the rain on his face. "Before we left, Shanshan said that if you don't let me participate, find the roof of the building on this side. If they run away, they would run to other buildings. If I waited here, maybe I could catch a fish slipping through the net. Brother Tang, you told me to pay attention to the movements around the building. Once I thought about Shanshan's words, I found this rooftop." In the heavy rain, Tang Mo removed the black cloth around the youth's eyes. As Luo Fengqing said, this youth could be called a little white face. "This is my second kill." Zhao Xiang's voice was heard over the noisy heavy rain. "But I don't feel afraid at all. Brother Tang, it was him. When Lu Chen and I fled, I saw him and the electric man kill a little girl around the same age as us and ate her heart. We wanted to run away. Who knew that he would find us and tell the electric man that my ability was strong? The electric man chased us like crazy and refused to give up after a day and a night. Lu Chen almost died in his hands. Tang Mo clearly remembered that in this building, the youth told the short-haired woman that Tang Mo's ability was the strongest. There was a guess in his heart as he opened the youth's eyelids. It was all white with no pupils. Last night, Tang Mo used the draw a circle to curse you ability and the target was this blindfolded youth. When the youth turned and fled, Tang Mo saw the cursed aura around his body. Perhaps it was due to the curse or maybe it would have happened anyway. In short, this youth died at the hands of the little fatty. The 6 stowaways were all dead. With the heavy rain in the background, Tang Mo and the little fatty returned to the theater. Jack's injury had recovered. He came over and spoke with a hoarse voice. When you were gone, Xiao Zhe died. He couldn't hold on. Tang Mo's heart thumped and he strode to the entrance of the theater. He saw Tang Qiao holding a young man's body. The man's face had been disfigured by the flames. The clothes he wore belonged to Yi Yuanzi. Now he was lying on the ground not breathing. Of the 3 people who found Tang Mo outside Mario's Monopoly game, only Tang Qiao was left. Nie Fei and Yi Yuanzi were both dead. Tang Mo quietly looked at them and checked everyone's injuries. Among them, Jack and Tang Qiao had the lightest injuries. The other 3 were injured. They weren't dead but had to rest. They couldn't move casually for a short time. 7 stowaways were killed. The attack organization sacrificed 4 people as well as Nie Fei who were killed by them a month ago. After a night's rest, Tang Mo and Jack each carried a member of attack who couldn't walk. The 7 people took the road back. Before leaving, Tang Mo lit a fire and burned the entire mall. The sky cleared and the bright sun shone on the wreckage of the charred building. Many people who had been afraid of the stowaways and hid came up once they saw the building. They seemed to be aware of the point behind the fire as they looked up. By the time Tang Mo returned to the mall containing the attack headquarters, it was 3 in the afternoon. Tang Qiao walked towards Luo Fengcheng with a blank expression and told the whole story of yesterday's surprise attack. Luo Fengcheng's expression stiffened as he heard about the 4 dead members. He soon returned to his calm self and said, the stowaways were very strong. If it wasn't for the surprise attack, we might not have been able to beat them. The blindfolded boy didn't attack yet the short-haired woman alone killed 3 people. If we had let them continue eating the hearts, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 2 seriously injured people were sent to the operating room while the thin companion of Zhao Ziang was sent to a ward to recover. Tang Mo's nose was broken by the short-haired woman and his body had some deep and shallow wounds. He didn't take care of these injuries. The other people left the office, leaving him and Luo Fengcheng alone. I think that gluttonous was the blindfolded youth. The person who spoke was Tang Mo. Luo Fengcheng asked, why? The blindfolded youth's ability was strange. It wasn't aggressive at all. If it wasn't for his ability, the stowaways wouldn't accommodate him. Tang Mo paused before adding, perhaps his ability is related to why the stowaways become stronger after eating the hearts. Luo Fengcheng agreed. A versatile person who is protected by all stowaways. His ability isn't aggressive. Indeed, his ability is likely to be associated with how the stowaways got stronger. But we don't have a chance to know what his ability really is. The blindfolded youth was killed by small fatty and Tang Mo didn't get his ability. But he thought, Black Belt's ability is related to hitting hearts. They no longer talked about this. Luo Fengcheng looked at him and asked, how long are you going to stay? Tang Mo looked up at him. Today is the 23rd. I will leave tomorrow. You really don't want to stay? The stowaways are from Suzhou. There are at least 3 stowaways in Suzhou. I have lived there for 20 years and want to go back rather than stay in Shanghai. He would kill the stowaways who slaughtered more than 1,000 people in Suzhou. Luo Fengqing didn't stop him. Before Tang Mo left, Luo Fengqing asked, "I heard that the reason why the little fatty waiting on the roof of the opposite building was due to his female classmates' words." Tang Mo paused and turned to look at Luo Fengqing. Luo Fengqing smiled. "She is clever. But she is only 15 years old and has learned too few things. She needs to learn more to live better in this world." Tang Mo stared at Luo Fengqing. He understood what the other person meant. Tang Mo left the office and found the little girl listening to Qiao Feifei in a corner of the parking lot. Chen Shanshan saw Tang Mo's injured shoulder and right leg and stood up. "Are you okay, brother Tang?" "I'm fine." The two people looked at each other before Chen Shanshan followed Tang Mo out. Tang Mo repeated Luo Fengqing's words. The little girl bowed her head and silently looked at the ground. Tang Mo said lightly, "Tomorrow afternoon, I intend to return to Suzhou. You should think about it." He didn't say anything extra and let the little girl choose. The next afternoon, Tang Mo tidied up his things and changed to a new backpack. After 2 nights, his injuries had almost completely recovered. There were only some burned scars on the back of his left hand that weren't completely healed. In this surprise attack, Tang Mo killed 2 stowaways and obtained their abilities. Ability: I am the man who wants to be the Pirate King, owner. Lu Zhen, stowaway, type. Genotype, function. The palm of the hand can shoot out a rubber rope with excellent elasticity. Due to cause and effect, the tied object can't actively until the rubber rope for 1 minute. Level 3. Restrictions: a maximum of 2 rubber ropes can be created. 1 rope can only bind 1 target. Remark: if you can't be the Pirate King, you can be the Pirate King's subordinate. Tang Mo version usage instructions. Can only be used once a day. Only 1 rubber rope can be released. Due to cause and effect, the time to untie the rubber rope is 30 seconds. I think that the abilities that Tang Mo has got recently are a little dirty. It is very suitable for him. Tang Mo looked strangely at the last sentence in the abilities book. It was the first time he didn't understand the abilities book. What did it mean by dirty? There were many limitations to the rubber rope, but it was a very powerful abilities. Tang Mo looked at the ability of the Fire Woman. Ability: Flames, owner. Dong Si, stowaway, type. Atomic, function. Casts a hot flame. The temperature of the flames can reach up to 1,535 degrees Celsius. Level 4. Tang Mo's eyes focused on the words Level 4. This was the first Level 4 ability that he had seen. Sure enough, the female stowaway's ability was very powerful. Restriction: the temperature of the flames is uncontrollable. The water evaporation in the user's body is exacerbated every time it is used. Remark: the time it takes to heat up the flames is not very fast. That is Dong Si's thought before she died. Tang Mo version usage instructions. Can only be used 3 times a day. When used, the body's water evaporation will double. A passionate woman met a very fast man. Both of these abilities were very aggressive. It was good for Tang Mo who didn't have many attack-type abilities. He stuffed the abilities book into his backpack and bid farewell to Luo Fengqing. Luo Fengqing was writing some very strange chemical formulas. Tang Mo glanced at it and didn't look anymore. Luo Fengqing said, "Those 2 girls are very good. They have decided to join the attack organization." Tang Mo was slightly startled, but it was also reasonable. Qiao Feifei's identity recognition ability seemed useless, but for the attack abilities organization, it was very rare. Attack took the elite route, but they didn't accept foreign abilities. Official players must have abilities, but nobody knew if there was a reserve player with abilities. With Xiao Feifei, it was almost impossible for a stowaway to mix in with attack. As for Chen Shanshan, the little girl came to see me last night. I asked her a few questions and she couldn't answer any of them. Thus, she decided to stay as my student. Tang Yamo thought the situation would be like this. You accepted her as your student. Yes. She is smart. Smarter than all the researchers I have met. But she still has too little knowledge. Just like when she told the little fatty to wait on the rooftop, she didn't know why there was a heavy rain in Shanghai that night. Not one day in advance or one day delayed. Being smart wasn't equal to wisdom. Wise people needed to have a huge knowledge base. Just like when Tang Yamo first met Luo Fengcheng, the mysterious Black Tower researcher accurately used many proper nouns Tang Yamo had never heard of and analyzed the situation very thoroughly. This was what Chen Shanshan was missing the most right now. But Tang Yamo had a thought. I thought you just wanted her to be your assistant. An assistant is also a student. Luo Fengcheng explained. I used to be an assistant, a long time ago. It was for around a year when I was 19 years old. And Tang Yamo, I have no ability. I'm just a reserve player. Tang Yamo looked at Luo Fengcheng and Luo Fengcheng looked at him. After a long time, Luo Fengcheng laughed. One day, I will die because of the Black Tower. After I died, my student will still be alive. I will still be alive. Tang Yamo stared at him and his lips slowly curved. You are thinking too much. The two of them laughed together. On the easternmost side of Shanghai, a three-story building that looked ordinary. A tall and handsome man in black walked into the small building. He started from the first room on the first floor, searching for something. This was an ordinary small building. The only thing not ordinary was that the doors of each room were double encrypted with iris recognition and a voice lock. Now that the power was out, these locks were powered by solar energy and still working. Fu Wenduo raised his right hand and turned it into a sharp black weapon. He directly pierced through the thick iron door. He went into every room, looking carefully. Finally, he arrived at the last room on the third floor. The name tag hanging on the door of this room was, Polar Biology Research Group Leader. Luo Fengcheng, Fu Wenduo walked into this room and looked at it for a long time. He didn't find any clues. As he turned to leave, his gaze fell on a white porcelain cup next to the sink. The cup was clean, placed on the table and the lid covered it. There was no water splashed around, as if someone had cleaned it in a hurry. They wiped the sink and slowly left. Fu Wenduo looked at it. Then he stood at the door and looked around the room. He didn't disappear. At the same time, Tang Yamo left the mall with his backpack. He didn't have Chen Shanshan with him, but he always thought that this little girl was suitable to be his companion. He wouldn't be reluctant if it happened. But being alone was far more comfortable than having a pig teammate. Tang Yamo walked for a kilometer and the sun gradually sank westward. A curved moon appeared in the sky in the east. Tang Yamo had walked halfway when he suddenly remembered. Today is Christmas Eve. Today was December 24th, Christmas Eve. He knew he could have spent more time in the mall and it wouldn't matter if he went tomorrow. Tang Yamo thought casually. Just as he arrived at a crossroad, a breeze blew and Tang Yamo stopped walking. At this moment, bright and happy music sounded throughout Shanghai as hundreds of children's voices sang together. We wish you a Merry Christmas, we wish you a Merry Christmas, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish. Tang Yamo got goosebumps. He turned quickly and looked at the giant black tower suspended at the other end of Huangpu River. The cheerful, Merry Christmas song ended and the crisp child's voice rang out, ding dong. The surprise Christmas Even instance is opened in the China districts. All Chinese players, enter the instance and start the game. Ding dong. The surprise Christmas Even instance is opened in the China districts. It was broadcasted a total of 3 times as the loud child's voice continued to echo through the land of China. After the broadcast, the Black Tower paused for a moment. The child didn't say anything, but there seemed to be a sense of gloating. It loudly told all Chinese players, "Ding dong. Merry Christmas." Chapter end. Chapter 38. You are listening at novelfull.audio. After the malicious "Merry Christmas" blessing, the sun completely sank below the horizon in the west and the last rays of sunlight disappeared into the sky. Christmas Eve started. Tang Mo immediately checked his things, confirming that the small parasol and big match were on his body. Then he quickly ran to a convenience store 50 meters away. The store had long been turned upside down by people. All the food and water on the shelves had been stolen. Tang Mo found a knife for sharpening pencils in the clerk's drawer and found 2 batteries. He had been using the flashlight received from Li Bin for a long time and didn't know when it would run out of power. In case the new instance was as dark as the Big Mole's cave, the power must be prepared. Once all this was ready, Tang Mo looked at the clock hanging from the wall of the convenience store. The second hand was sliding towards the 12th position. Once 3 minutes passed, Tang Mo held his breath and was ready to be pulled into the instance. But the next moment, the second hand moved to the next position. Tang Mo's heart tightened. He stood in the dark and empty convenience store, his eyes focused on the clock on the wall. The second hand was still ticking. Tang Mo counted the time in his heart. He had started to count down the moment that the Black Tower announced all Huaxia players would enter the instance in 3 minutes. It took him a minute and a half to enter the convenience store and another minute and a half to find the things. Until now, 4 minutes had passed. He wasn't pulled into the game instance. Tang Mo stood in the same place for a while. 1 minute passed and he still wasn't pulled into the instance. He took the small parasol out of his backpack and walked out of the convenience store. Tang Mo started to head back. It was only 2 kilometers from the mall where attack was located. He wanted to know if everyone wasn't pulled into the instance like him, or if he alone was left outside the instance. Tang Mo walked very quickly. His hand gripped the small parasol and he was always aware of possible enemies. Just as he arrived at a crossroad, there was the sound of fireworks from the sky. Tang Mo looked up. Colorful fireworks exploded in the black sky. The fireworks seemed to consist of 5 different small, as it leapt to the highest point of the sky, like 5 meteors flying from the ground to the sky. They flew slowly until they were nearly 10 kilometers from the ground. Then the 5 suddenly exploded. Brilliant fireworks bloomed from with the night as a curtain, sketching a big portrait. A thick white beard, red cashmere hat and white ball on top of the hat. The fireworks painted the image of a big Santa Claus head. The scene was reflected in the eyes of every player in the Shanghai area. Once the fireworks picture of Santa Claus gradually dissipated, loud laughter was heard from the sky. Tang Mo's heart thumped. He suddenly understood what this sound meant. 4 reindeer emerged from the fireworks head of Santa Claus, smashing through it. Ho ho ho, children, Merry Christmas. 4 reindeer pulled a glittering red sleigh, their hooves moving in the night sky. They ran over the city with a white-bearded old man in a red costume standing on the sleigh. He pulled the reins with his hands and laughed. As he laughed, he waved his hands, sprinkling many stars towards the ground. Santa's sleigh was extremely fast. It soon passed through all of Pudong, crossing Nanpu Bridge and heading for Puxi. In the sky, tens of thousands of stars floated like snowflakes towards the ground. The stars shone as they fell to the ground. The dazzling light filled the ground, the white light connecting the ground and the sky. At the same time, a crisp child's voice rang out through Shanghai, "Ding dong. Branch Task 1 has been triggered. Find the Christmas tree branches left by Santa Claus and enter the Christmas Eve surprise instance within 30 minutes. This sound was heard all through China at the same time. A Santa Claus appeared near every black tower in China and white stars were sprinkled to the ground. After hearing the task, Tang Mo turned around and quickly ran to the nearest star drop point. But he was still a bit slow. By the time he arrived at the scene, a 17-year-old boy in glasses was picking up the white star that fell to the ground. Once his hand touched the little star, the white light dissipated and turned into a small tree branch. The boy saw Tang Mo and a wary expression appeared on his face. But he didn't need to do anything. After he got the branch, his body gradually faded and disappeared into the air. This probably meant a successful entry into the instance. Tang Mo didn't look as he ran to the position where another star fell. He was still beaten to it. He ran to more than 10 places in a row. Sometimes he was only halfway there when the white light disappeared. This showed that someone picked up the branch and successfully entered the instance. Sometimes he could only watch another player enter the instance. Minutes passed and there was only 5 minutes left. Tang Mo ran towards a factory. A small star lay quietly on the ground in front of the factory, with no other players around. His eyes lit up and he accelerated. Tang Mo's hand was about to touch the star when he suddenly shrank back. A sharp iron boomerang appeared in the position he was just about to reach. If Tang Mo hadn't stopped his hand, it would have been cut off by this boomerang. He turned his head to the left. A young woman in a camel trench coat was staring at him coldly. She raised her right hand and the boomerang embedded in the ground floated up and returned to the woman's hand. The two people separated by a distance of 10 meters stared at each other. The next second, the two people moved at the same time. Tang Mo shouted an incantation and opened the small parasol, using it to block in front of him. The woman waved and the sharp boomerang moved in a 180-degree arc, attacking Tang Mo's back. Tang Mo opened the small parasol and blocked behind him. The boomerang slammed hard against it and Tang Mo took out step back, getting further away from the Christmas tree branch. The woman waved the boomerang and quickly ran to the little star. Tang Mo grabbed the parasol and constantly blocked the attacks of the boomerang. The pink parasol collided with the iron boomerang, making a banging sound. Tang Mo propped one hand on the ground to escape the attack of the boomerang. At the same time, he slammed the parasol to the back of the woman's head. The woman was about to touch the little star. She didn't expect Tang Mo to be able to attack her while coping with the boomerang. She couldn't dodge and the tip of the parasol pierced her shoulder. She was extremely angry. She concentrated on using his ability, directing the boomerang to attack Tang Mo. Tang Mo disregarded his image as he rolled across the ground and grasped the small star. The woman cried out urgently, "You!" Bang! Tang Mo opened the small parasol and blocked the boomerang flying towards him. He calmly put the parasol away and stared at the woman in the trench coat not far away. The latter was furious but she couldn't wait around. She could only stare at Tang Mo before running to the next starfall point. Tang Mo's body gradually faded and he heard the Black Tower's voice in his mind, "Ding dong. The branch task has been completed and you have successfully entered China District 2 number 419 Christmas Eve surprise instance. Player data loading complete. Instance information is loaded." A dazzling white light flashed in front of him. Tang Mo opened his eyes and the whole world was filled with a white light. He held the handle of the small parasol as he blinked. He was wary of monsters suddenly attacking. But gradually, after the white light dissipated, Tang Mo saw the appearance of this instance. This white world was around 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. The ground was evenly divided into 4 areas, forming 4 blank squares that were 5 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. Tang Mo's position was the white grid on the far right. He looked around and saw 3 people to his left. The 4 of them stood in a row. Tang Mo was on the far right. To his left was a young man around his age and a high school female student next to him. The leftmost grid contained a middle-aged man. The four people stared at the other three in a vigilant manner and grabbed their weapons. At this moment, a rumbling sound was heard. The four of them looked at where it came from. In front of them, a white wall rose, revealing the scene on the opposite side. Tang Mo stared carefully at the rising white wall. He said, "This isn't a white world. It is a split-apart world. On the opposite side of this wall." He looked at the opposite side. Sure enough, there were four people standing in four grids opposite of Tang Mo. The white world is finally showing up in the eyes of 8 players. This was a white map that was 10 meters long and 15 minutes wide. 4 players stood on the same side that was divided into 4 grids. There was a 5-meter wide area in the middle of both sides. The central region had a golden star suspended in midair that was sprinkling golden starlight. Tang Mo looked at the 4 people opposite him. He didn't get a chance to see them clearly when he heard, boom, there seemed to be an earthquake as the entire white world shook. Tang Mo hurriedly used the small parasol to stabilize his body. He looked up and saw 8 huge iron plates descending from the sky. They slammed in front of each player, sticking to the edge of the white grids. The silver-white iron plates caused the ground to shake. After a while, all 8 people could stand firmly. Tang Mo had already looked up at the big iron card in front of him. He carefully looked at every corner of the iron card before turning to look at the iron card of the man standing next to him. The picture on this iron card wasn't the same as his. He came to this conclusion while the other people hadn't reacted yet. Tang Mo quietly observed the iron card of the next person. After reading all 3 cards of the other players on this side, he looked across. The opposite side also had 4 people. Standing opposite Tang Mo was a middle-aged woman. To her left was a young woman and then a white-haired old man. From Tang Mo's perspective, he couldn't see the contents of their cards. He could only see the pattern on the back. It was Santa driving a reindeer sleigh, waving a red bag and happily flying through the clouds. The 3 people on the opposite side were also looking at the contents of the iron cards. Tang Mo observed them for a while before his eyes turned to the last man standing diagonally from him. He looked at the other person in silence. There was a distance of 10 meters between the 2 people and the man was looking at the content of the iron card. Half of this man's body was blocked by the iron card. Tang Mo could only see that he was wearing a black coat. He stood there quietly, his stance extremely upright. For some reason, Tang Mo looked at this person for more than 2 seconds. The next moment, eagle-like eyes stared straight at Tang Mo. The author has something to say. Tang. So fierce. Why are you staring at me? T to the power of T old foo, I didn't know this was my wife. So you say, who is this? There are some people who don't understand the map of this game. It is actually very simple. It is like this. Old foo, A, B, C opposite 4 people. Blank area, gold star, blank area, A, B, C, Tang 4 people on Tang Mo's side. Chapter 39 You are listening at Novel Full.audio. Tang Mo was startled. In this white world, the other 6 people were still studying the iron cards in front of them. Tang Mo and the man in black were separated by a distance of 10 meters and quietly looked at each other. The 2 people's eyes met in the air. No one opened their mouths. They just looked at each other. Tang Mo unconsciously stroked the match tattoo on his left wrist. Just then, a burst of joyful music was heard. This was the prelude of Merry Christmas. Tang Mo immediately retracted his gaze and looked in the direction of the voice. The black in black also turned away, no longer looking at Tang Mo. 8 players looked at the end of the white world. They heard from a distant place, an out-of-tune voice singing over and over again, that we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. At the end of the white world, a little black dot caught everyone's attention. The black dot got closer and closer. The voice reverberated throughout the white world and everyone finally saw his appearance. He was a small puppet, wearing a yellow hat with a blue brim and a red feather. He wore combat boots and sang "Merry Christmas" off tune while touching his chest. There was a broken old radio hanging from his waist. The sound of music came from this radio. Tang Mo vaguely felt that this puppet was a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. The high school girl standing next to him suddenly shouted with surprise, "Pinocchio!" Tang Mo heard it and looked at the puppet again. The puppet stopped humming and turned to look at the high school girl. He proudly put his hands on his waist as the old-fashioned radio at his waist kept playing "Merry Christmas." He said, "Yes, I am handsome and cute. Everyone likes Pinocchio." Bayou, there was a strange sound effect and the puppet's nose suddenly became longer. Pinocchio's face changed and he hurriedly said, "Well, no one likes me." Bayou, Pinocchio's nose grew longer again, becoming almost half a meter long. "I am just cute. Not handsome at all." Bayou, Pinocchio seemed to deflate like a balloon and groaned. "Yes, I'm not cute or handsome, no one likes me." His nose suddenly returned to normal. Pinocchio slapped the radio. It made a creaking sound and the music stopped. He glanced at the female high school student who shouted his name, making her step back in fear. Pinocchio strode towards the golden star in the center of the 8 people, standing by the golden star. "Merry Christmas." "What Merry Christmas? Damn Santa, this Christmas isn't happy at all." Pinocchio kicked the golden star and screamed. He stared at his feet before stomping on the ground. After a while, it didn't seem to hurt. He turned around and saw the 8 players present. The puppet grunted. "Are you the players invited by Santa Claus?" Tang Mo calmly looked at Pinocchio and the 8 people didn't speak. Damn, human children these days don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. "I ask you, are you the players participating in the honest card game today?" Pinocchio angrily pulled the radio off his waist and threw it to the ground. The radio was smashed by him and the debris flew everywhere. The debris splashed at the feet of the female high school student. She thought that Pinocchio was still angry at what happened and hurriedly stepped back. However, she reached the edge of the grid and was blocked by the invisible wall, unable to move forward. Pinocchio squinted at her before making a gloating smile. "The game hasn't started yet and you are already trying to run." Tang Mo reached out and touched the grid. Sure enough, like the female high school student, he was trapped inside the grid like it was a cage. For invisible walls blocked the way, preventing him from going outside. Several other people started to try. The result was the same. They were all locked in their grid. They say that Pinocchio is a dishonest little puppet. I think that you humans are the most dishonest. I have to smell the stink of this world's stowaways. It makes me want to vomit. Everyone's expressions changed as soon as they heard the words stowaways. Tang Mo subconsciously looked at the man in black diagonal from him. He latter didn't react much. The moment Tang Mo looked at him, he also looked back at Tang Mo in a calm manner. Pinocchio said even more amazing words. "Oh, this smell. There is more than one stowaway. It is as thick as a bug's pile of poo. There are at least 2 stowaways. 2. Damn Santa, why don't you let me eat these stowaways? What is this damn Christmas Eve surprise instance? What fun is a game with no dead people?" The young man standing near Tang Mo grasped the key point and tentatively asked, "You said that there are no dead people in this game?" Pinocchio turned his head and stared at the man. "Yes, it is a surprise Christmas instance. How can you die? Damn, why are you so curious? Are you a stowaway?" The young man immediately denied it. "I can't kill humans." Pinocchio spoke softly. Then he remembered something and smiled. "Ah, I almost forgot what Santa Claus told me. Pinocchio picked up the broken radio on the ground and violently hit it. Creak. The radio that was in 4 pieces magically emitted a twisted sound. Pinocchio grabbed the radio with his right hand and raised his left hand high. He stood in the blank area between the 8 people and quickly turned in a circle. At the same time, he spoke loudly, "Dear human friends, welcome to Pinocchio's Honest Card Game. I am the best friend of humanity, Pinocchio." Bayou, Pinocchio was angry and changed his words. "Okay, I am not a friend of humanity. I am Pinocchio." The nose shrank back and the golden star near Pinocchio suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light, as if agreeing with Pinocchio. Pinocchio turned around in the golden light, facing Tang Mo's 4 people. He took off the yellow hat and made a curtain call action. Then he turned 180 degrees and faced the 4 people on the opposite side. He once again performed a curtain call action. Tang Mo's eyes were tightly locked on Pinocchio's body as he thought of the name of the game. Pinocchio's Honest Card Game. Pinocchio finished the ceremony and threw away the broken radio. He folded his hands together and ran to Tang Mo in the blink of an eye. Tang Mo's heart tightened and he almost pulled out the big match. Pinocchio blinked and looked at him. "Boy, do you like to lie?" All eyes turned to Tang Mo. Tang Mo quickly thought about the meaning of the question. Just now, Pinocchio told a lie and his nose grew longer. Tang Mo wasn't sure what result he would get if he lied at this moment, so he quickly thought of several answers in his mind. Only 1 second passed before Tang Mo said with a blank expression, "I don't like it. But humans always tell lies." Pinocchio watched him. Then like a gust of wind, he ran to the young man. "Child, do you like Christmas?" The young man was asked this sudden question. He gulped and replied, that it is okay." Pinocchio ran to the next person. "Child, do you like Pinocchio?" "Child, have you ever received a gift from Santa Claus?" He asked 7 people 7 questions in a row. Then he finally ran to the man in black. Pinocchio smiled kindly. "Child, have you ever heard of the king's gold coin?" Tang Mo's eyes widened and he immediately looked at Pinocchio. The man in black stared at Pinocchio and replied in a low voice. "I've never heard of it." Pinocchio clapped and danced a few seconds in front of the man in black. The next moment, his figure appeared next to the golden star. He sighed, "You aren't lying. You are honest children. You honest children are eligible to participate in Pinocchio's Honest Card Game. Christmas is here. Last night, Santa specifically found me and said that he prepared a big surprise for the good children all over the world." Pinocchio turned to look at the golden star beside him. His hands crossed over his chest and he made his own sound effect. Thump thump. "Yes, this is it. Santa's golden star." The middle-aged woman standing opposite Tang Mo said subconsciously, "Santa's golden star." "That's right." In the blink of an eye, Pinocchio ran to her and the scared woman almost fell to the ground. Pinocchio stretched out a hand made of wood and pulled the woman up. He said, "I'm scaring you, my honest friend." However, he couldn't hide the sinister smile on his face. He clapped his hands and returned to the golden star. Santa Claus said that every good child should get a gift from Santa Claus on Christmas Eve. I am unconvinced. The small puppet placed his hands on his wrist. I asked Santa, "How do you know who is a good child and who is a bad child? What is a good child?" Pinocchio pointed to the female high school student. The female high school student turned pale and thought for a while. A gentle, kind, helpful and good boy. Pinocchio was dissatisfied. What else? The female high school student racked her brains and uttered several more words. However, Pinocchio's expression became uglier. The female high school student was so scared that she cried. Tang Mo looked at her and spoke, "A honest person can be considered a good child." Everyone looked at him. Pinocchio gave him a thumbs up. Yes. An honest person is a good child. The female high school student thanked Tang Mo and the other people looked at Pinocchio again. Only the man in black stared at Tang Mo for a few seconds. Tang Mo didn't look at him this time. He was looking at Pinocchio like everyone else, but his right hand was pressing against the match tattoo. The golden star was suspended in midair. Pinocchio jumped up high and pulled the huge star into his arms. I told Sant that only honest children are eligible to get this star and the king's gold coin. Tang Mo's eyes widened, his heart almost skipping a beat as he stared at the star. The others didn't know what the king's gold coin meant and they watched Pinocchio timidly. Pinocchio held the big star and raised his chin arrogantly. Therefore, today I am replacing Santa Claus and playing a game with your children. Whoever wins can get the king's gold coin. This is a surprise benefit that only comes once a year. An old voice rang out. What is the king's gold coin? The one talking was the man with white hair standing next to the man in black. Pinocchio was surprised. You don't even know about the king's gold coin. The king's gold coin, it is the most advanced and rare gold coin in the underground kingdom. With this gold coin, you can freely enter and exit every city in the underground kingdom. You can exchange it for 100 silver coins. The players seem to know about the existence of the underground kingdom. Their expressions changed when they heard this. Then Pinocchio uttered the most insane words. With the king's gold coin, you can abstain from a black tower game. You don't even know about the king's gold coin. Ah! 3 people directly exclaimed aloud. Everyone's breathing became heavier and they looked at the golden star in Pinocchio's arms with a burning gaze. The black man also had a moment of shock but looked at Tang Mo in the next second. Tang Mo's face was also full of surprise. He seemed to be hearing about the king's gold coin for the first time as he stared heatedly at the golden star. The man's lips curved before looking back at Pinocchio. After the shock, the old man couldn't help asking, how do we play this game and how do we win? Pinocchio exclaimed, good question. Honest child, do you see the silver iron card in front of you? The group looked at the card in front of them. In addition to their own card, the 4 players on each side looked at the 3 other cards on their side. Tang Mo gazed at the 4 cards on the opposite side. Pinocchio saw Tang Mo's gaze and clapped. Boom! The 8 cards turned 180 degrees, displaying the front of each card to the opposite player. The turning of the cards caused the white world to shake. The shaking subsided. Tang Mo quickly looked at the 4 cards opposite him. His gaze looked left and right. He found that each card coincided with the ones on his side except for the last one. Tang Mo stared at it. The card in front of the man in black showed a mighty man wearing a crown. He held a jeweled cane and was looking at the front with a dignified expression. As Tang Mo looked at this card, the 4 people on the opposite side were also looking at the card in front of him. The middle-aged woman exclaimed, his card is different from ours. The female high school student on Tang Mo's side also said, that person's card isn't the same. The card in front of Tang Mo had a long-haired woman wearing a crown. She held a huge gem in her hands and her long hair was like seaweed. It fell over her shoulders and she exuded a gentle glow. There was a total of 8 cards. 2 cards contained beggars, 2 were knights in armor and 2 were a middle-aged man holding a book in his hands. There was the crowned woman in front of Tang Mo and a crowned man in front of the man in black. Tang Mo muttered, slave, knight, prophet. King and queen. Pinocchio looked at him with surprise. Do you know the most famous honest card game in the underground kingdom? Tang Mo shook his head. I understand these cards very well. Pinocchio nodded. It seems that you humans play similar games. But this time you are wrong. This card. He teleported to the middle-aged man holding a book card and knocked on the silver card. This card isn't the prophet. This card is the minister. The king and queen commands the minister manages the knight kills the slave and the slave can cause an uprising. That's right. This is the most popular honest card game in the Underground Kingdom. After hearing Pinocchio's explanation, several other players realized it. The game sounded complicated, but in fact, many countries had similar games before the Earth went online. It was the strategy-based card game that connected from end to end. The king beat the minister beat the knight and the knight beat the slave. The king could beat the minister and the knight, but the weakest slave could cause an uprising and kill the king. But what did this game have to do with honesty? The female high school student asked curiously. Our mission is to kill the opposite king or queen to win. There was a slave, knight, minister and queen on Tang Mo's side. There was also a slave, knight, minister and king on the opposite side. Normally, they should be divided into two teams and the purpose was to kill the opposite side's king/queen with the slave. But as soon as he heard this, Pinocchio's face darkened. He arrived in front of the female high school student in the blink of an eye and glared at her coldly. It looks like you are a bad child. The frightened female student sat directly on the ground. Her lips trembled as she didn't know what she said wrong. Pinocchio's smile changed as he looked indifferently at the 8 people. After turning in a circle, he returned to his original position and smiled again. How can you die in the Christmas Eve surprise benefit? Honest children, this is a beneficial game for you. Do you know why the honest card game is different from other games by having a king and queen? The crowd was scared by the sudden change in his expression but no one answered. Pinocchio replied to himself. Yes. It is because it is an honest and peaceful game. The game is second, friendship is first. The 8 cards, assuming you. Pinocchio pointed to Tang Mo's side. Assuming you have a knight and they have a slave. What will happen? Tang Mo looked at Pinocchio coldly. Pinocchio answered himself again. Yes, they will be defeated by you. Their slave card will disappear, leaving only the knight, minister and king. You will still have 4 cards. It will be hard for them to win. Their slave is dead. No one can threaten your queen anymore, but your slave can kill their king. This was nonsense. Everyone was afraid to speak except for a young woman standing opposite Tang Mo. I don't understand. What meaning does this game have? If one side has a knight and the other has a slave. The knight can kill the slave. Then what is the impact on us? Who told you that this is the game? The young woman shut her mouth and stared at Pinocchio. Pinocchio cried out, this is an honest card game. If one party's card suppresses the other, then the card of the suppressed party. Pinocchio smiled and his dark eyes glanced at the 8 people. It means that you are all dishonest children. Tang Mo suddenly realized. Pinocchio snorted. The honest card game, there is a way to win. It is to play the same card every time. If the cards of the 2 teams are exactly the same, the cards are set aside and the 2 sides can peacefully end the game. There is a default rule in our underground kingdom. There are 4 rounds. The first round is the slave card, the second is the knight card, then it is the minister card. Why is it a king and queen instead of 2 kings? It is because in the 4th round, when you both play the king and queen card, the king and queen will hold hands and the 2 sides will end the game peacefully. This is the Underground Kingdom's most honest card game. Without losers, we are all winners. After listening to this, Tang Mo frowned. Among the 8 people present, the female high school student, middle-aged man on Tang M's side in the middle. Aged woman and white-haired old man on the opposite side had bright expressions. They were all winners. In other words, everyone could win the game. Could they get the king's gold coin? But Pinocchio suddenly smiled brightly. But there is only one king's gold coin. I made a bet with Santa Claus that you are all good children and will work together to complete this honest game. But I think, you guys. Pinocchio stretched out a finger and pointed at Tang Mo. You. He pointed to the young man. You. Then to the female high school student. You. You. And you. He finally pointed to the man in black standing diagonal from him. You are all dishonest humans. I bet with Santa Claus that if you honestly play the cards in order, I will lose. Then after this game, all of you can leave the instance and I will lose the king's gold coin. The old man asked, wait. What do we win as a game reward? Pinocchio asked casually, ha. Who said there will be a reward for you? The female high school student spoke. No, then the only thing we get from the game is that you don't eat us and we can leave safely. Isn't that enough? Pinocchio touched his chin. Of course, it looks like you won't get the Christmas present. Thus, my bet with Santa isn't over yet. I said to Santa Claus that if you don't play this game in order, one party will win while the other party will completely. Pinocchio clapped his hands and danced. Thump thump. I will win. Santa will owe me a favor. I will unselfishly take out the gold coins and give them to the 4 people who won. The 4 of them will have a king's gold coin and they can safely leave the instance. Tang Mo's eyes widened and his heart was cold. He quickly turned to look at the 3 companions beside him. Apart from the young man, the female high school student and the middle-aged man looked at the 4 people opposite and then at the golden star in Pinocchio's hands. The eyes of both people were glowing with greed. It wasn't just them. 3 of the 4 people across the space were watching the golden star with greed. Only the man in black had a calm expression and no reaction. He found that Tang Mo was watching him and also looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo and the man stared at each other. Pinocchio spoke. Don't worry, children. This is Santa Claus' surprise for your Christmas Eve. As long as you follow the rules of the game peacefully, no one will be in trouble. Even if you don't follow the rules of the game, there will be no accident. The female high school student asked, what do you mean? Pinocchio said happily, in the honest card game, neither I or your opponent will know what card you are putting out. The 2 teams will select a card and they will be shown at the same time. If the cards from the 2 teams are different, the duel field will be triggered. But rest assured, how can there be a monster eating people on Christmas Eve? The duel field is a duel for the 2 people representing the cards. The winning party can continue to stay on the field. The losing party that will leave here and enter the next fun game. The female high school thought it through. You mean, if the cards from both sides are different, it is considered to be dishonest. 1 person from each team will have to fight. The winner will stay here and the loser will go to the next game. It doesn't sound like a punishment at all. Pinocchio blinked. The next game has nothing to do with Santa Claus. There isn't a peaceful way to clear the instance. The female high school student's face whitened as she understood. In this honest card game, all 8 people could survive as long as they worked together to play the same card. After 4 games, all 8 cards would be void. The 8 people would leave the instance and not receive anything. But if one of them wanted to win the game, they would kill the other side's king/queen with the slave card. Then they could kill all the cards on the opposite side and win the game as long as they continued playing their king/queen card. Neither side would get a reward if they ended the game peacefully. If one party won the game, the 4 people could get the king's gold coin. The king's gold coin. It was a chance to abstain from a Black Tower game. Half a month ago, Tang Mo had also lost his control when faced with this gold coin. Right now. I have a question. The low voice was heard. Tang Mo looked at the man in black. The man in black glanced at the 4 people on Tang Mo's side and stopped on Tang Mo for a moment. Then he looked at Pinocchio. If one party wins, what will happen to the losing party? Pinocchio replied, I said you won't be killed in this game. The losers will naturally enter the next game. As to whether they can survive in the next game. Pinocchio smiled. How can the cute and kind Pinocchio know? Bayou, Pinocchio's nose suddenly became longer. He quickly said, yes, I am ugly and vicious. Not cute and kind at all. His nose returned to normal. At this moment, a crisp child's voice rang out in the minds of the 8 players present. Ding dong. The Christmas Eve surprise instance, Pinocchio's honest card game has officially began. The rules of the game: first, each team has 4 cards. The slave, knight, minister, king/queen. 2. The king/queen card restrains the minister card and the knight card. The minister card restrains the knight card and the slave card. The knight card restrains the slave card. The slave card restrains the king/queen card. 3. The default order of the underground kingdom is slave, knight, minister, king/queen. 4. When the 2 cards are different, the restrained card is removed on the spot and the effect of the duel field is triggered. A 1v1 duel will be played by the players representing the cards. The winner stays on the field and the loser enters the tower game, normal mode. 5. Once the card is played, the player behind the card is shown but the players of the other party can't see the contents of the card. Pinocchio can't know the contents of the cards on both sides. 6. Before each round, the cards representing each player will randomly change. 7. A team that doesn't have a card is considered to be a failure. 8. The side with the queen card will trigger the go home and kneel on the washboard effect. There is one chance to ask a question. You can choose any time to ask a question of the party where the king card is located. The question can't be related to the card content. The question person can only answer yes or no. Lying is considering to be failing the game and the questioner will win. Pinocchio hates honest humans. He would rather give the king's gold coin to the 4 swindlers and refuse to let the honest humans leave the instance safely. Do you all know the rules of the game now? Pinocchio smiled in a sinister way as he held the golden star. Once he found that everyone was looking at him, he blinked and made a pure and innocent expression. He clapped his hands happily, then let's start the game. Pinocchio stomped his feet against the ground and a white wall slammed down. It was the wall that separated the 2 teams. Pinocchio explained. I know that you have to discuss the card that will come out next. As long as the wall falls, you can no longer see or hear the people on the opposite side. Only I can see and hear what you are saying. Of course, I won't give any hints. Pinocchio suddenly stopped speaking. He covered his mouth and said with surprise, Hey, what am I saying? What do you need to discuss? Aren't you going to play the slave card? The white wall slammed down completely. Pinocchio sat on the wall. He turned to look at Tang Mo's side and then the other side. Pinocchio stretched out and comfortably held the gold star as he lay on the wall. He happily said, Oh, you are really 8 lovely and honest good children. The author has something to say. Tang, wait, why is my side the queen card? Old fool. It is very accurate, there is no problem. Phewa, author. The queen card has a chance to ask a question. You really don't want it, Tang. After a few rounds, Tang. Start the go home and kneel on the washboard effect. I would like to ask the other teams, Mr. Fu. What do you want in a wife? Old Fu, I am easy. This game will be the most difficult game that Tang Mo has encountered. It isn't the difficulty of the game. The rules are complicated but... well, you guess. Chapter 40. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The white wall was more than 3 meters high, separating the 2 teams. Tang Mo looked up and saw Pinocchio lying lazily on the wall, humming the Merry Christmas song. Tang Mo listened carefully for a while. It wasn't to Pinocchio's bad song but to the opponent's voices. Strangely enough, the wall didn't completely seal the space between both sides, but he still couldn't hear any sound from the opposing team. Once the white wall fell, no sound could be heard and the people couldn't be seen. After confirming that the opposite side couldn't hear his voice, Tang Mo turned to look at his three companions. The female high school student tried to reach out and touch the edge of the grid. Then she spoke with surprise. It disappeared. I can get out of the grid. All four of them tried it. The four grids were connected in a line. Originally, everyone was confined to their own grid and couldn't go one step further. But once the white wall fell, the three invisible walls in the middle of the four grids disappeared. Tang Mo still couldn't get out of the grid area, but he could walk freely between the four grids. The four people stood in the middle of the grids and looked at each other. The young man spoke first. Then we are teammates. Let's get to know each other first. My name is Zhao Wenbin. I was a junior high school teacher before the Earth went online. The other two apparently had experience with introducing themselves. The female student didn't fully disclose her identity. You can call me Xiao Lu. The middle-aged man also said, you can call me Brother Chang. It was Tang Mo's turn. My surname is Mo. The young man nodded and looked at the four cards on their side. You heard the game rules. First of all, we certainly can't follow the rule of sending out the slave card first. No one objected to his words. Even Tang Mo calmly listened as he continued saying, this is a classic type of prisoner's dilemma game. You might not have heard of it, but it doesn't matter. It is the same as the card game we are going to play. The Black Tower said that the correct rules of the underground kingdom is sending out the slave, knight, minister, and then king/queen. But do you think we can send out the slaves? The female high school student didn't even think of it. They also can't send out the slave. If we use the slave card, they will certainly use other cards to suppress us and eliminate us. The middle-aged man also said. The slave is a fool. We absolutely can't send it out. If our slave card is gone, there is no way to deal with their king card. We will lose. Tang Mo listened quietly and didn't say anything. Zhao Wenbin glanced at him and seemed to think he was an insignificant, ordinary person. He continued saying to the other two teammates, then we have to decide which card, apart from the slave card, that we will send. The three people were in deep thought. Tang Mo turned and stared at the queen card. He stared at the crowned woman with long hair, gradually frowning. At this time, Zhao Wenbin said, since everyone has no opinion, I will say it first. I think we should use the minister card in this round. The middle-aged man asked, why? It is very simple. First of all, we won't use the slave card because we are afraid of being beaten by the opponent in the first round. The slave card can be restrained by the minister card and the knight card. The odds of the other side beating our slave card is 50%. As long as they aren't fools, no team will send out the slave card in the first round of the game. Zhao Wenbin analyzed. Secondly, the next impossible card is the king and queen. The female student understood this very well and agreed. Yes. The king card and slave card are too important. It is almost life and death. It is better to leave them to later. If the king card is eliminated in the first round, it will be too difficult to play the game later on. Once these words came out, the middle-aged man thought, then we will use the minister card. Zhao Wenbin nodded. Yes, we should use the minister card. The opposite side will think the same as us. They won't take a risk in the first game. They can only play the minister card or knight card. The minister restrains the knight. We certainly won't lose if we choose the minister. At most, we will both play the minister card and the two cards will become void. This way, both sides will have 3 cards left. The odds of the slave card being played will also increase from 1/4 to 1/3. Both the female student and middle-aged man agreed with Zhao Wenbin's words. Tang Imo looked at the queen card while listening to Zhao Wenbin. Zhao Wenbin's words weren't unreasonable. This was a classic prisoner's dilemma game. Under normal circumstances, no one would play the slave and king card in the first game. These two cards were too important. If one of the tickets was lost in the first round, they would lose their initiative in the next game and become passive. Of the four cards, the most important one wasn't the king card but the slave card. Once the slave card was lost, the other side only needed to play the king card forever since it was a higher priority than the minister and knight cards. The team that lost all their cards first was a failure. Then Tang Mo's team would have no chance of victory. Thus, the first round definitely wouldn't be the slave card. But it didn't necessarily have to be the minister card. That Mo, do you agree that we should use the minister card? Tang Mo turned to look at Zhao Wenbin. I would prefer to play the queen card. Zhao Wenbin looked at him with astonishment, while the female student and middle-aged man were also amazed. Zhao Wenbin thought for a moment and shook his head. No, it is too dangerous. What if the opposite side really uses the slave card? Although they won't be able to see our card, they will see that we were restrained by their slave card and know that we had lost the queen card. Tang Mo said lightly, I am just inclined towards the queen card. If you want to play the minister card then I won't object. Then it is settled. In this type of game, most teams would choose to play the minister's card in the beginning. There was a great possibility that the opposite side would also play the minister card. This was the safest thing and both sides would sail smoothly through the opening. They would have a better understanding of each other's thoughts. Then they could judge the opponent's thoughts and determine what card they would play next. The reason why Tang Mo wanted to play the queen card was because he was 80% certain the slave card wouldn't emerge. There was only a 20% chance that their queen card would be restrained. Such a probability was worth a gamble. The side that lost one card first would be at a disadvantage. Another reason was due to this queen card. The Black Tower's 8th rule stated that the queen card could trigger the go home and kneel on the washboard effect, allowing them to ask the other party a question. Zhao Wenbin said, we have the queen card so we can ask a question to the opposite side at any time. Should we think about what question to ask? The question can't be related to the content of the card. The opposite side can only answer yes or no. The female student immediately said, do you remember, the Black Tower said that we will win if the opposite side lies. That we can ask a question they don't know. It is likely that they will get it wrong and lie. The middle-aged man said, it makes sense to win this way. Tang Mo, who was looking at the queen card again and standing 1 meter away from the three, calmly disagreed. The Black Tower won't give us such an obvious loophole. There is a 99% chance that we will only waste the question and the Black Tower will view the question as invalid. Do you really want to waste it? Tang Mo was still calculating. As he stood at a distance, the high school student had been sneaking glances at him. Once he spoke such cold words, the female student glared at him with dissatisfaction and never looked at him again. Zhao Wenbin also said, we will think of a more important question. But we don't need to worry too much now. Just wait and observe the opposite side to understand their personality and then decide. At this moment, a loud voice rang out in the white world. Ding dong. The first round of Pinocchio's honest card game is about to begin. We will now shuffle the cards. The white world made a loud noise and the earth started to shake. He saw the 4 iron cards fly up, floating half a meter away from the ground. Then the 4 cards quickly changed positions. The 4 cards changed positions very quickly. Tang Mo's dynamic vision could follow it in the beginning but soon he couldn't make out the contents of the cards. 10 seconds later. Bang! The 4 cards stopped in 4 grids. A silver light shot out from the center of the card, connecting to the eyebrows of Tang Mo and the other three people. Each card was connected to the person who stood in the grid. But the cards themselves had changed. Zhao Wenbin's card was originally a knight and now it was a slave. The female student was originally a slave and now it was a minister. The middle-aged man was a knight and Tang Mo was the queen. After the shuffle, the Black Tower issued a reminder. Ding dong. After 3 minutes, all players are asked to stand in the grid of a card. The card in the grid will be the card shown in the next game. Zhao Wenbin and the middle-aged man started to walk to the minister's grid. The female student saw that her card had changed from a slave to a minister. She stood hesitantly in the same place, not moving. Zhao Wenbin turned and looked at her. What's wrong? Let's stand together in the minister's grid. The female high school student clenched her fingers. That I am the minister. The middle-aged man understood her words and spoke bluntly. Before I was the minister. I didn't disagree with agreeing to play the card. This is the first round. What are you afraid of? The opposite side will also play the minister. The two cards will become void and a duel won't be triggered. The female student still had some hesitation. Zhao Wenbin said, don't be afraid. It is almost impossible for the opposite side to send out the king to suppress you. Like us, they won't want to take such a big risk in the first round. As if she was persuaded by Zhao Wenbin, the female student looked at his smile before moving to the minister's grid. Tang Mo looked at them, his hands in his pocket. Then he walked to a grid on the other side. The three people looked at him in astonishment. Zhao Wenbin asked, Mr. Mo, what do you mean by this? Nothing, I am just experimenting. If the choices of the four of us are different, what will the Black Tower decide? If it decides there is a problem with the card, I will stand with you. Tang Mo calmly stood in the queen's grid. The female student and middle-aged man were dissatisfied. They looked at Tang Mo with cold expressions but didn't say anything. After 3 minutes, the child's voice was heard. Ding dong. The card has been selected. The huge card in front of the three people slowly descended. It pressed against the ground, the back facing upwards. The moment the card fell to the ground, the silver light connected to the four people's eyebrows gradually disappeared. It follows the principle of the majority. Tang Mo muttered. After deciding the card, Pinocchio jumped up and stood on top of the wall. He looked at Tang Mo's side before turning to look at the other side. Pinocchio gave a sinister smile and patted the wall. My good brother, it seems that these honest children have made a choice. You can take a break. The white wall made a loud sound and slowly rose upwards. Tang Mo looked at the situation on the opposite side. The moment he saw it, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the black man standing opposite him. The other person looked at Tang Mo, his lips slightly curved and smiled at Tang Mo. The two of them didn't speak. They just looked at each other quietly. Tang Mo's heart was filled with a strong sense of unease. He touched the match tattoo on his wrist and stared at the tall man in black. The female student whispered, how are they standing like us? Yes, on the opposite side, 3 people were standing in the same grid. Only the man in black stood alone in a grid, standing opposite to Tang Mo. Was the man in black like Tang Mo, wanting to determine the rules of the card selection? Pinocchio jumped down from the wall and clapped his hands happily. The sound of clapping echoed in the white world. Then the 2 fallen silver cards clung to the ground, moving backwards towards the black area in the center of the 2 teams. Soon the cards were tightly attached together, so that the contents of the cards couldn't be seen. In the blink of an eye, Pinocchio ran to the card on Tang Mo's side. He leaned over and touched the card with his hand. It is a good card. Tang Mo didn't react to his words. The Black Tower started that Pinocchio couldn't know the contents of the cards. These words were just nonsense. Pinocchio ran to the card on the other side and touched it. His face was serious. This is also a good card. This was the first official card. Apart from Pinocchio, no one in the two teams dared to joke around. They stared at each other. Tang Mo glanced at the three players standing opposite him. When he shifted his gaze, he found that the man in black was still watching him. Tang Mo felt that there was something wrong with the man. He even came up with a possibility but subconsciously avoided the answer. How could the four opposite people play the king card? Those three people would actually agree to play the king card. It was impossible. Pinocchio saw that the 8 players were ignoring him. His mouth twitched and he sat down on the opposite side's card. Let's start playing cards. You people are no fun. You must have never heard the song of the most famous Pinocchio's honest card game in our underground kingdom. Bayou, Pinocchio quickly changed his words. Well, this song isn't famous at all but it is very nice. Yes, it isn't good to hear. Damn, stop this. I'm going to start singing. A king went hunting, the queen looks in the mirror every day. The minister runs with the king and the knight wants to see the princess. Pinocchio started a beat with his hands and feet, closing his eyes and immersing himself in the voice that was out of tune. Where is the lovely slave? Oh, he is in a big pot under the kitchen. Ding dong. In the first round, the players have played their cards. A dazzling white light flashed from the 2 cards. Pinocchio's buttocks seemed to be burnt by something. He immediately stood up and walked aside, smiling at the hideous song he had created and watched the 2 glowing cards. The white light became more and more dazzling, flooding the entire white space. The light shone so that everyone couldn't close their eyes. Tang Mo tried to blink and look at the situation, but the strong light made him squint uncontrollably. Then he heard a crisp crack. His body trembled as he understood what the sound was. Snap. The light disappeared and everyone saw the silver card on Tang Mo's side crack. The crack started from the center and spread out quickly. Finally, it was like a spider web over the card. At last. Snap. The card turned into white light and disappeared into the air. Pinocchio covered his mouth without much surprise and deliberately asked in a surprised tone. Damn, what card did you dishonest children play? He spoke angrily but he was smiling as he looked at the 8 players on both sides. The 4 people on Tang Mo's side concentrated on the place where the card disappeared. The female student's eyes opened with disbelief. She muttered, impossible, and walked backwards. At this moment, a silver light emerged from the place where the card disappeared and connected to the eyebrow of the female student. Tang Mo hurriedly looked at the other card that wasn't broken. The silver light shot out from the center of the card and connected to the eyebrows of the man in black. Tang Mo's heart thumped as he stared at the man in black. The man in black walked calmly to the blank area. Once he walked in, the silver light disappeared. He looked at the pale white female student and finally turned to look at Tang Mo. He smiled. The effect of the dual field is triggered. The author has something to say. Tang. You really want to kneel down on the washboard? Old foo. Hashtag old foo is bitter but old foo doesn't say anything. Hashtag why is my wife on the opposing side? Hashtag is the author a spy from FFF? Hashtag.